Yeah, Rob, if you can hear us, you need to log off and sign back on with the same link at 6 o'clock, please.
He jumped on the meeting and then went and had dinner.
Still waiting for Rob to hop off. Rob, can you hear us? If you can, please go ahead and leave the meeting for now. Come back on at 6 if you would.
I'm going to try giving him a call. I don't want to remove him because then he'll be unable to. Well, first we shouldn't remove him. We've learned that, and second of all, he won't be able to get back in later. So
Okay.
Let me try giving him a call.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Rob. Hey, can you?
Sounded like Bo was already talking to him.
Hey, I just got off the phone with him. I think he just stepped away from his computer. So
Great, thanks, Bo.
There we go.
all right, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
This is an executive session pursuant to 24-64024B for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the Ridgway Space to Create project. I caution each participant to confine the executive session to the stated purpose of the executive session, to confine the discussion to the stated purpose of the executive session. And if at any point during the discussion, somebody feels that we go outside the scope of the executive session, please interrupt the discussion and make an objection. Are we recording, Preston?
We are recording. Would you like me to stop it?
Yeah, hold on one second. As legal counsel for the town of Ridgway, it's my recommendation that that the discussion constitutes privileged attorney-client communication and that there not be a recording of the executive session.
Like I said, we got a couple minutes to do whatever you need to do. Somebody I saw on a Zoom call today, somebody said they were taking a bio break. That's a new term I hadn't heard before. So if you need to take a bio break, you can do that. And since we told people 6, we won't actually get started. Until. All right, I'll be right back.
Great.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Diane, how you doing?
Good. Hey, I'd like to talk 5 minutes, and did I have to sign up for that in order to say something?
No, Diane, John will call for public comment just after 6 when we get started again.
Okay, and so do I have to raise my hand, or I've never done this before?
Yeah, you'll raise your hand and then John will recognize you and you can have your time.
Okay, let's
Awesome.
see. I gotta make sure. Okay, there's where reactions, raise your hand. Okay.
Thanks, Beth.
Of course.
Should we stay muted?
Well, I'll welcome everybody again. We finished our executive session and still waiting for Terry to come back. As soon as he steps back in, we'll get started with the rest of the agenda. There he is. And then maybe we'll see Mayor Pro Tem Johnson be able to join us at some point. But for now, it's 6 of us, and we've already done roll call and had our initial executive session, and I'll move on to the agenda from here. So the next item up is, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, this is Preston. A couple of things from me, and then Pam has something as well. I'd like to request the addition of a short presentation from Andrea Sokolowski with the Home Trust for Ridgway County. There was an oversight in drafting the agenda. I apologize for that. And I think her short presentation would work well after the presentation from Paul Major and the Telluride Foundation.
Okay, so you want to plug that in as a new item number 8 or a 7A or something?
Yes, sir. I think that would work well.
All right.
I'd also like to request, just moving around the agenda a little bit, Rob Austin, community member, penned a letter about the Space to Create project. I think, again, oversight on my part in drafting the agenda. I apologize. If we could couple that item with the other Space to Create items in the middle of that agenda. That way, Andrew Michelson with ArtSpace may be able to participate in that conversation and answer some questions. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and Pam, you had something?
Yes, I'd like to add to the consent agenda the renewal of a restaurant liquor license for the True Grit Cafe.
All righty. Sounds good. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, I will lean on you guys to remind me when we come to these items, particularly the Space to Create one. We should do the Home Trust one soon enough that I doubt I'll forget that between now and then. But thank you for that. So that brings us to public, well, actually, sorry, the adoption of the consent calendar. Is there anything, including the addition of the liquor license renewal for the True Grit? Is there anything on there anybody wants to pull off to discuss separately? Or if not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Motion was made by Russ, seconded by Kevin to approve the consent calendar. Is there, I'm sorry, roll call vote, please.
Council members Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler.
Aye.
Great, thank you. That takes us to the monthly public comment section. This is established time on the agenda for anyone in the audience to address us about something that is not otherwise on the agenda. And I already see a hand up from Diane Thompson. So if staff will unmute her, we'll give the floor to Diane for a second. Go ahead, Diane.
Okay, thank you. I'm the new Rock Public Lands Committee Chairman. And so when we had our first meeting for year 2021, I asked everybody what they wanted to focus on this year. And overwhelmingly, everybody said they're really concerned about the overuse and abuse of the Ironton and Red Mountain area in the Blue Lakes area, because it's really been trashed and overused. Great Old Broads, they count 300 people a day going up to Blue Lakes. And up at Blue Lakes, there's mounds of TP by trees, camping people side by side. Then in Ironton, they've been ripping off boards off of the old buildings, and there's no place for people to camp. And a lot of times they just camp by the side of the road and on other people's private property who aren't there, so no one says anything. And so our Public Lands Committee has met so far. And we've had about 3 meetings, and we met with Dana with the Forest Service, and Don Paulson, who's the curator for the Historical Society, and Lynn Paget, one of our new BOCC members, and Robin Cascade, who's the co-director of Broads, and then the ROC Land Use Committee. We've all met, and Dee Williams is going to go to the Ouray Town Council. And so we have a lot of people, and everybody's saying that it's really a problem, and they are really concerned about this. We're worried, especially if we have a second wave of COVID, and so everyone really has to stay home again and continuing to, and then plus the drought, we're kind of in a drought. And so between those two things, more and more people are going to be getting out and about, trying to get away from it all in the wonderful, beautiful wilderness that we live in. But the problem is, if we don't do something now, then there's going to be nothing to save. And we are meeting again with Dana, the Forest Service director. And I was wondering if there's anyone who else is concerned with this issue, if someone from town council could join us, and then we can all put our heads together, and hopefully someone from the Ouray Town Council can join us. And if we all really work together, we can probably find some solutions, because springtime is going to be coming, rolling around, and there's going to be people coming up and camping. And so we're just concerned about people understanding what the etiquette is for preserving the wilderness in which they're camping, and then the fact that there's a lack of space. And so we've been brainstorming everything from setting up card tables, at the trailheads, and passing out information like leave no trace, or can't we get a tourist attraction here in Town Park, a big Smokey the Bear who will talk about environmental protections. And so, and passing out pamphlets, or, and then I just went on the website for the Ouray Town Council, and there's absolutely no mention, and they have beautiful pictures, advertising, and it's kind of, we don't need more people. We can't really handle the people that we've got. So there's not facilities. So maybe the town and the county can go in on setting up some kind of a camping site. There's just one brainstorm idea we've had. Setting up another campsite between Ouray or close to Ridgway, to help bring more business. And if we bill ourselves as a base camp where people can get set and, get supplies or whatever, or go shopping, before they head up in the mountains. So it's really a problem of where do these people go? Because they all want to come here, and we'll probably have even more people this spring and summer. So anyway, just wanted to run it by you and see if there's anyone who's interested in kind of being the liaison between us. And like I said before, we will be having another meeting with Dana. And we'd like to get as many people together to help brainstorm. And we're
Yeah, I
just
think that
trying to
that
find
makes
out
sense. That
how we
makes
can
sense,
help.
Diane. Have a unified front from all the political entities in the county. Makes good sense. Is there anybody on council that just right off the bat would like to step up and be part of that effort?
Did you say you had a date
Let's
already,
see.
Diane, for that meeting?
Pardon me?
Did you have a
say-
date
No,
set?
we don't have a date yet. We do not. We're, Tom Hefferman was gonna get a meeting set up and we haven't Dana hasn't gotten back to us yet about when. It'll probably be a Monday night. That's when we've had them before, but it's not set yet. But we'd love to have someone from town council to kind of be the liaison and help brainstorm with us. And ROCC has some cash that maybe we can contribute to help out somehow. So this is all just in the beginning stages of trying to formulate a solution to this issue.
Well, and I should say, I think this is great. It's not something that the electeds of the county hasn't already been talking about. Everyone was aware of it last summer. You're right that there should be something on both the city of Uray and the town of Ridgway and the county websites talking about it. There has been certainly efforts made to create flyers to hand out. I know that the sheriff's department was actually this summer, they were stopping Jeeps as they went up some of the Jeep roads and giving them a flyer and telling them some of this stuff. So there has been some effort. Certainly, there's certainly room for more. And I appreciate Rock's interest in trying to figure it out. It's going to be a challenging problem because it's not like we can just put up gates and tell people that we're full up at Blue Lakes. Although I suppose with the Forest Service, there might be a possibility for something that draconian, but it's good to hear that Dana Gardunio is involved. And Beth, were you wondering if you were going to be able to have the bandwidth for it?
Yeah, well, I know a lot of times when you start working with federal agencies, you wind up with daytime meetings, and I have minimal daytime flexibility.
Right.
So I have flexibility in terms of daytime stuff, and I'm interested in land use and our preserving the environment.
Okay, great.
If that works for you.
Okay, and
Awesome.
who is that who was just talking?
Angela
Angela
Corelli.
Corelli.
She's our newest council member.
Hello.
Oh, okay, great, yeah.
Just,
My
as a-
internet up here is a little wonky, so it's in and out sometimes.
Well,
As a-
Diane, we can have staff send you an email. We've got your email because you're involved with the Creative District. We can have somebody from staff send you Angela's contact information and we can go from there. Terry, you
that
want to
sounds-
say something?
I was gonna say, just
Sounds
as a
great.
point of information, because it is public information, the Array Nordic Council and a few others that applied for the San Miguel Power Sharing Success Grants were recently awarded money. The Array Nordic Council was awarded $3,300 to put in porta potties and plowing of the Ironton Trail. So this is a pretty pervasive issue that's reaching a variety of community support.
Good. Well, thanks, Diane. I
Will
think,
we invite anybody to join us for the meeting who's interested?
Cool. I'll see you there, Diane.
Sorry?
I'll see you there to brainstorm. That's
Okay.
great. Thank you.
it sounds like we may have more than one.
All right.
Basically, sounds
Thank
like you
you.
just need to let us know when the date's set. Maybe just send an email to Pam or Preston to distribute to the rest of us. However it works, best for you. Okay? And
Okay, all right, sounds good. Thank you for
thanks
your time.
thanks for your effort, and we'll stay in touch. Anybody have other comments or questions for Diane about this? Anybody in the audience? All right, thanks, Diane. I see John Countryman's hand up.
Thanks, John. I'm just calling in, I guess, to express my support for the green space adjacent to the elementary school remaining green
John?
space. Yep.
John, can I stop you there? That item is coming up on the agenda and you can make a comment. Then this public comment section is for things that aren't otherwise on the agenda, just to be clear. And that,
Okay, it's
so the
about
president-
outdoor. Okay, fair enough. I'll wait until then.
the presentation is coming up right after this. Thank you. Anybody else? All righty, so seeing none, we'll move on to public requests and presentations. And as I said to you, John, first one up is the workforce housing presentation from Telluride Foundation. Is Paul Major on here?
I am. Thank you
Great.
very much, Mayor
Welcome, Paul.
Clark and council members. Could start my video. There's a lot going on here. And also, could we unmute David Bruce and allow his video, because he's got a few slides to show. So first of all, thank you very much, Mayor Clark and council members. We wanted to get on the agenda to basically present a approach to how to build affordable housing in rural communities. So we've been working on this for about 1.5 years. And just as a little bit of background, and then David can walk you through the quick model. And some of you have already seen this, so I apologize. But why we wanted to come in front of you today is that the challenge that, the town of Ridgway is facing, or Norwood, or, hundreds of communities across Colorado, is not unique. Affordable housing is a problem that is here to stay. There's only basically 2 ways to approach it, to solve it. One is to get subsidies, low-income tax credits, which, congratulations to Ridgway. You got an allocation for the Space to Create, which is a fantastic project. And, as you know, going through that process, it's incredibly competitive to get those allocations. The other way to build affordable housing is to attack the cost. So there's really, again, there's only 2 ways to build affordable housing, because essentially what you're trying to do is bring the cost of housing down to people's level of incomes. And if you look at materials, you look at labor, you look at building approaches, all of that right now exceeds people's salaries. So you can do subsidies, low-income tax credit, new market tax credits, vouchers, all kinds of things, or you can attack the cost of housing. If you think about the cost, it's basically 3 buckets. It's 1, capital, the cost of capital; 2, the cost of land; and then 3, the cost of the actual construction and the process. So what we've done is put together a model and a toolkit that attacks the cost, because essentially most rural communities, Ridgway accepted, can't compete for low-income tax credits for projects, because generally you need to do many units and you need a developer that's willing to come to a place that they can do a lot more units in an urban environment, or Steamboat or Keystone or someplace like that. So it's hard to get the developer and it's hard to get those allocations. So we've developed a model that attacks the cost, and that's what we want to share with you, is what this model is. We have gotten funding and support from the state and various foundations to do a pilot project, which David will talk about. What we hope that comes out of tonight is a bunch of questions. As leaders in the community, does this model work? Another question is, obviously, do you want to adopt the model? Do you want to try to do the model? And if so, do you have a piece of land that you want to put into play to build this affordable housing? So those are some of the key questions for you to think about as we kind of go through this. Can I turn it over to you, David?
Sounds good. Thanks, Paul. And many thanks to the town of Ridgway for letting us have the floor to explain this approach. I joined Paul in October. I have a background in architecture and environmental management, and it's been really exciting hopping on to work on this project. And the project we're calling Rural Homes, for sale for locals. And exactly as Paul introduced, this is a project to reduce the cost to build housing. I'll direct your attention to the right side of this chart, Ridgway, where a teacher's salary is around $52,000 a year. an affordable home price based on 30% of that income going to mortgage payments is around $213,000. But the average home sale price in Ridgway right now is upwards of 700,000. So essentially what this project is doing is trying to bring that darkest blue bar graph down closer to what a teacher salary is and even below it. For example, a medical professional in Ridgway that's at 80% of area median income. Area median income is a sort of terminology used in affordable housing to talk about pricing and affordability. 80% of AMI is $52,000, and that's a $213,000 home. So essentially the way we're framing this project is how can we build homes at prices that are affordable to this essential workforce? And our approach is counter to a lot of the traditional means to finance affordable housing. Low-income housing tax credits compete with larger cities for statewide allocations. So it's really hard to put a rural town on the same page as Denver or Grand Junction. Space to Create did this excellently, and I've heard a little bit about that project. Seems really exciting. New market tax credits is a question of scale. We're not talking about building hundreds of homes at a time, but 15 or 20 in each community. A Section 8 voucher is for the lowest income tiers below this market we're talking about, between 60 to 100% and 120% of area median income. And a developer has many challenges in a rural context, bringing in materials from far away, dealing with labor forces that have incentives and opportunity costs to work on other sorts of projects, making it very hard to build a home that can be affordable to these income ranges we're talking about. So what we're doing here is wrapping together an integrated approach with four main components. The first is low-cost financing. So we're reaching out to foundations for very low interest rate loans, 1% loans. Our vision here is to wrap this in a revolving construction fund. So given 3 communities, we'll start building 15 homes in one. As we sell those homes, that will replenish the pot of funding, and we can move on to the next community. This is an innovative approach to actually delivering the home product itself. Rather than stick-built construction, we're going to frame these homes as panels, walls, floors, roofs, in offsite in a factory in Denver. This is a Scandinavian technique where almost 90% of homes in Sweden are built in this methodology to increase the construction time and reduce the cost. And thirdly, this requires a contribution of land, a 99-year lease that is infill downtown where affordable households can walk to the grocery store, coffee shops, the fabric of downtown, but also water, sewer, electrical, all the utilities required to make a house work right there and accessible. Building affordable housing on the periphery has all sorts of costs associated with that infrastructure connection. And also, I think there's a real power to bringing affordable units into the center of a community. Wrapped around all of this, we want this to be a community-led process. So have a committee that is there thinking about the design, the layouts, and working to advocate and press for affordable housing from the design through to entitlements and home sales. And what we're trying to do here is test this in 3 pilot communities that really sort of show a range of contexts of what rural Colorado is. For example, Nukla, where 2 years ago, a coal-fired power plant shut down and there hasn't been real investment in home building in 40 years, to an agricultural landscape like Norwood, to Ridgway, that is really seeing the forces of this vacation home market. And really what we want to do in these 3 pilot communities is think about how the model could be scaled and replicated and become an effective tool to build new housing stock across rural Colorado. So we're looking at a map of Colorado school districts. In green are rural school districts, fewer than 1,000 students. Paul and I have talked to a number of superintendents in places such as Campo or Canyon City, and we know that these places have a lot of land and a real desire to figure out how to build homes cheaply. And this is the same map, school districts, but an overlay of teacher salary. And sort of what we think we have an impact on is reducing that cost to build homes. It's a larger legislative political battle to try to raise teacher salaries, but we think this strategy, this toolkit is going to be effective in building homes that are affordable to teacher salaries. To go into a little bit more specifics, I'm going to talk quickly about the approach to prefabricated building and show you some images, and then show you some sort of larger numbers of the whole project, and then open it up for discussion. So the whole approach to this way of building is understanding all the materials, all the connections, the 2x4s, the pieces of plywood before the home's even built, and creating a direct relationship between a digital model and the actual cost of that home that can be built to get efficiencies in the speed of construction, the safety of the workforce, even energy modeling. We hope that these can be all electric homes, which would have great sort of environmental incentives as Colorado looks to transition to clean energy. And here's a couple photos of the process from left to right. So all the walls, roofs, floor systems would be framed indoors, where a single home, the components of a single home can be built as quickly in 1 day. They'd be trucked to these sites, assembled in 2 or 3 days, and then there'd be a suite of work that would come in for subcontractors after the fact. We think that we can build a neighborhood of about 20 homes in as little as 6 to 8 months, and build each individual unit for around $240,000. And that would be everything: the site prep, utility connection, fees, entitlements, and all the material that goes into those homes themselves, including landscaping and new sidewalks, roads, all of that. But it requires a piece of land. So in Nukla and Norwood, we've signed an MOU with both the West End School District and then in Norwood, San Miguel County for 2 swaths that are infill, close to the street system, connected to utilities. And with those MOUs, we're able to start looking through the feasibility of building homes on these sites. So starting to understand what it would take to grade and excavate, build foundations, actually tap into the existing infrastructure systems, and work through these sites in a very diagrammatic fashion to see how we can actually build homes on them. This in Nukla is showing cookie cutter, self-similar homes. That's not how they would be. We're simply just looking at ways to arrange the sites and get the most units built at the most affordable prices. Here's an example of Norwood. So overall, really our ambition here is to maximize the units that can be sold towards that 60% AMI range. So in Ridgway, that's for households that make $39,000. We'd be able to sell those homes for about $177,000. As a very grand big picture, our sources and uses. The land is a wash as a contribution. You see that in both sources and uses. Hard costs, that $6.6 million figure, that's 55 homes that are 1,150 square feet with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a 2-car garage at $109 a square foot. So that's everything that would go into the home product itself. The site cost is a plug number right now. We're going to work with a civil engineer on these sites to actually refine what that figure would be. But that would be the grading, the utility connection, actually making sites that are now sort of infill swaths of land ready for a neighborhood. The soft costs are the fees associated with permitting, entitlements, lawyers, the sort of the invisible work that is required in a project. And part of our toolkit here, including this method of prefabricated building, is bringing a developer in who understands this process of how to build homes quickly and cheaply. So we're bringing a developer on for a fixed fee as a hired hand, because they have expertise in the process, but also so many connections with the supply chain. For example, there'll be great efficiencies in buying 300 toilets at once. For our sources, Paul and I have been reaching out to foundations to raise capital in this revolving construction loan fund. The figure you're looking at in this graph is a $9 million figure, but we're fundraising to $5 million because of the nature of the revolving fund. As we build and sell homes, that will be replenished as we move through the projects. Some of this is supported by the Department of Local Affairs. We're applying for a grant right now to close that gap between the price of building the homes, $240,000, and the sale price. For example, $177,000 in Ridgway. So that state grant funding helps close the gap. That pretty much covers it. I know a lot of viewers here with us tonight have heard this before, so thank you for your patience. I think there's a real advantage to sharing this as widely as possible. So I'll open it up.
Or could I just follow up? Thank you, David. A couple of comments. So again, this is not a study of affordable housing. This is not another sort of, because we've all been through this, right? Many of you have gone through, lengthy process of studying the issue, thinking about the issue, and trying to solve it. This is just a approach. This is a toolkit that if a community wants to use it, they could take it off the shelf and apply it, but it's completely up to the community. The Telluride Foundation is not a developer, and we are not showing up in any community going, you should do this. We're saying, here's a toolkit, and if the community wants to lean in, and the community has an appropriate parcel of land, they could actually get some units built. I mean, part of this is, it comes out of the frustration of, we have spent, all of us, when, I live in Telluride, so I know it well, but millions of dollars of studying the problem versus actually getting a shovel in the ground and building some homes. So, we will be in the ground in October in Nucla to build 15 homes or 20 homes. I mean, we have to finalize the numbers. So it's a toolkit for a community to think about. And the toolkit is these 4 components of low cost capital. So we bring capital to the table, we bring the product, but the community can weigh in on that product, on the designs. We bring the developer, the master developer that is used to building 100 homes a year, and it can apply all of that experience and expertise of contracting, supply chain management, efficiencies, and everything that they do to a smaller project, help assemble, and support the community in this process. And ultimately, if the community has a piece of land. So I just want to emphasize that because, again, all of us know there's a crisis out there in affordable housing. All we're trying to do is develop a toolkit for communities to use. And we're not asking Ridgway to do it if they don't want to do it. We've got other communities that do, and we're not going to, this is the thing that I really want to emphasize is you have to have a parcel of land to move forward, because that's the only thing that starts to give you certainty in the economics of it. Because as David said, if you look at that sources and use, or if you look at the uses, we are 100% secure on delivering the product, the home itself, but the horizontal development, a parcel of land and the infrastructure that goes in that can be a huge variable. Soils, access to the sewer and water, all of those things have huge cost implications. So again, it's a toolkit. We're happy to take questions, and
Thanks.
and yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Paul. I would just, before I open it up to questions, I would just add that, that this has been presented to the school board a week and a half ago or so. Erie County, yesterday, was it? And the word's gotten out. I'm sure all my fellow town councilors have gotten a number of emails about this. I've gotten calls and text messages. I can tell by the people who are on this call right now that there's a lot of concern about this proposal having earmarked or proposed that the ball field be used for their project in Ridgway, potentially. And a lot of people are seriously opposed to that, and I get it. And we had a discussion probably 5 or 6 years ago about the possibility of doing something there, and that the response was just the same. What I want to make sure I stress is that this doesn't, it is what they're proposing is a very cool, innovative process and set of tools that is as Paul said, it's very reliant on a set of puzzle pieces falling together, one of which, I mean, we all know what's happening with real estate right now. I just saw a property in Ridgway go on the market for $1.4 million this week. Properties are selling for $1 million. Vacant lots are selling for $200,000. We know we have a serious crisis in housing in the county, and we have for a while, and we've all been struggling to try and figure it out. And as property values go up, building costs go up, it becomes harder and harder to accomplish. So I am excited about the potential for a project like this. But what we have to do is talk about where we could do it. I don't have any, I'm not under any misimpression that the community is going to go, yeah, let's do it on the ball field. I think there's going to be almost unanimous opposition to that. And I get that. But if we're going to solve our housing problem, we need to find places to do projects like this, even when it might be next to somebody's property that is, might be proposed for a portion of that field north of town that the Wolves own. And people who live right next to that might really not like that idea. But what we're going to have to do as a community is come together and find a way to understand and appreciate that it's the only way we're going to get it done. And people are going to have to be willing to have an open mind about it. So I guess I'd go so far as to say, we don't need a bunch of you to give long impassioned speeches about why it shouldn't happen on the ball field, because I think we all get that. And I'm not saying that you can't speak to that, but I'm virtually certain that everyone who wants to speak about this is going to be opposed to putting it on the ball field. So let's get that out of the way right off the bat. And let's talk about maybe other places we could do it. We're not going to solve the problem tonight. We're not, fortunately, their model is calling for doing it in Nuclear, Natarita, or Norwood and Natarita first. And putting off any potential for doing it here a couple of years. Still have to, I think we need to find a parcel sooner than that, but it gives us a little bit of breathing room. So with that being said, thank you for being here, Paul and Bruce and David, and I'll open it up for questions. I already see 3 hands up. I know, John, I apologize for cutting you off at first. I'll let you go up first now.
Thanks, John. Paul and your team member, thanks for the presentation. I attended this when you presented to the school board as well. I'm disappointed for you guys, only that the homework wasn't done to see how much resistance was to that location last time. Your process and your plan may be innovated and may fit in Ridgway, but it came in a location that was already vetted and pushed back on. And I think you're hearing that from John. I was at the same meeting. It was 5.5 years ago in November that neighbors and parents of the schools pretty much came together and said, probably not the place for it. So I think there's 2 other questions though. And I guess I'd say, when I'm done, if you can respond to this, Mayor Clark, if you are saying that you won't be authorizing any zoning changes for that land, then you're right. Nobody should need to speak any more to it. But unless that commitment's made that we won't be allowing it there at the town level for zoning, then I think everybody should speak their mind, because I haven't heard no to it. So, it's time to make sure people get their voice. That's what I'd say. I've got a question about the finances though, and that's kind of my background. I think you said that the intention was to make a home 30% of income. If I heard that wrong, please correct me, but I'm trying to figure out at 2 3/4 30-year mortgage rates, and this is for the Telluride Foundation folks, $177,000 home on a FHA with 5% down would only be about $850 a month. I just ran the mortgage number on it. That's with insurance and assumed taxes. And that would mean that at 12 months of that, that's only 20% of that 51,000 number you referenced for an average teacher. So I'm just not seeing the numbers. If it's 30%, it would actually give you about another 50 or 60,000 to buy a piece of land. So it sounds like there's room in there, and I'd love to hear those numbers more, because the numbers just don't add up based on what I heard tonight. And that's completely separate from the quality of the build or the location of it. But largely I'm against the location, but then I want to make sure the numbers prove out if we find an alternative location in Ridgway to help us solve this problem that we've talked about a long time. Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. And
Yeah,
before you respond, Paul, I just want to stress to everybody, we have a really long agenda tonight. I want everybody to have an opportunity to speak, but I urge you to keep your comments short and sweet and to the point to the degree you can, so that we don't have to be here till midnight dealing with the rest of our agenda. Go ahead, Paul.
just really quickly. So the definition of affordability is that you don't spend more than 30% of your household income on housing. And it could be rent, it could be mortgage payments or whatever. So that's a definition of affordability, which is standard across, all housing, all America. The second is we've got extensive modeling, economic modeling on this. We'd be happy to share.
Okay. I see Angela Hawes.
I'll keep it short. Thanks so much for the presentation, guys. It was even better today than yesterday. I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and I'm a big fan of the Telluride Foundation, and thank you for choosing Ridgway. I definitely think it would be a great project. I live across from the ball field, so I'm not in favor of that. My question for the town is, where do I find a map? Because I couldn't find it on our website, of town owned property, open spaces, green spaces. I guess my main concern is that we don't fill up all of our in-town green fill with infill housing. And so it'd be nice for the community to have a visual to look at of a map of what is owned by the town that could be possible. And I couldn't find that. The 2018 map wouldn't load. So you don't necessarily have to answer that, but it'd be nice if we could find that on the town website. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Angela.
So Angela, in regards to your question about a map, I found on the roccnet.org, there's a map. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but it does have designation of different land spaces within town, existing parks and town-owned properties and things like that.
They did kind of a countywide study of publicly owned land and green space, I believe, a few years ago. That's probably what you're talking about.
Isn't there a map in the master plan that's like that too?
There is. It doesn't identify land that the town owns specifically, I don't believe.
Doesn't.
And the problem is that we own very little land. That the park with the town hall next to it, the land that the library's on, and then the big parking lot behind it with the pump track, the red dirt they used to call it, and then the land that the shop is on and the sewer ponds. That's it. There's also parks. There's Cottonwood Park. There's the athletic park over here on this side of town. Those are parks. They're not open for development. And I know a lot of you say, well, why are people proposing the ball field then? That's a park. Well, that's not town property. That's the school's property. There was some debate until last week that people thought that half of that belonged to the county and half of it belonged to the school district. New County Commissioner Jake Neese had the county assessor do some digging deep on that and found that the county had owned it, but that they'd given it to the school district many years ago. So school district actually owns the park. To answer John Countryman's question about promising not to rezone it, we can't promise not to rezone it because we don't own it. If the school board comes back at some future date and asks to rezone it, we would be legally obliged to consider it. We wouldn't be legally obliged to approve it, but we can't tell them they can't rezone that because it's their property, not ours. Hopefully that makes sense. But bottom line is the town has very little property of its own and none that would really be possible for this. The bigger discussion that some of us have had is like Andrea Sokolowski's land trust is a player in this now. Trying to talk to private landowners that own a lot of vacant land in town, seeing if we can get one of them that might be willing to wheel and deal with the town in return for some obvious tax benefits that they could get by particularly working with the land trust that Andrew's set up. So, you know, there are things that are in the works that are being discussed to explore. But hopefully that answers the two questions we've had so far. I see two more hands up. Vicky, you were up before Christina, I believe. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, John. This is Vicky Halls. I'm sorry I couldn't make my name known better.
That's okay.
I think this has been it's an excellent opportunity, and so much gratitude to the Telluride Foundation, and really think I really love the low waste construction and so much else. I just wanted to say, I would urge you guys to consider the bottom end of Cottonwood Park, right north of Chipeta. I'm in Cottonwood Park daily, year round, and there is never any action there. There's certainly not room for 20 homes, but it might be a start. And another suggestion would be maybe Shay Coburn could present to all the town council members, like what we've just said, like what are all the lots available for this endeavor? And maybe since it's for Ouray County too, maybe the county people could get together, and just so even if there's spots that are earmarked for something else, just to get a big picture for everybody that's making decisions of what is available and for discussion. Thanks.
That's a good suggestion, Vicky. Thanks.
John, I just wanted to, before Angela Haas jumps off here, probably the easiest way to find out parcels owned by the town is to go to the county assessor, and in the name place, just type town. You don't even have to type town or Ridgway because we're the only town in the county. And that will pop up. A good chunk of what it is roads dedicated as subdivisions, parks, but at least you can see what those parcels are. If it's a parcel that's not a park, it would show there.
Thanks, Beth. That's a good point. And Vicky's mention of the bottom part of Cottonwood Creek next to Chipeta Solar Springs. Jack Young would, I can't imagine what he'd have to say about that. But it's an interesting thought, and it also reminded me that there's a pretty big chunk of land that is south of the athletic field, south of the baseball diamond, and that fence that's at the south end. That's undeveloped town property that I'm not sure. I think actually, now that I bringing this up,
Is that the bike park that's been proposed?
There's a bike park proposed there, and I'm actually thinking that we had Pam look into it at one point, and she said that we probably couldn't build housing on that based on how it was donated to the town.
That's true, John.
And that's a great spot for a town solar array, by the way. It faces south.
So many things we want to put out there.
Can you do solar over a wetland? Didn't I remember there being like significant water down that way too? Can those two things play nice?
That is a very wet spot, but I don't know. It's lots to talk about, look into. I want to keep moving, let other people get a chance to talk. Christina Calicott, go ahead. If you can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, good to see all y'all. I'll just be really quick. I'm Angela's neighbor and I live across from the ball field too. I'm opposed to using that area for dense housing like that, or I guess for any housing, because it is great open space. What I would love to see is the town or maybe the school plant a row of trees. It would block, that park from the street, because there's definitely a lot of noise that comes over from the highway. But other than that, I think it's a great, potentially great project. And I appreciate Paul and the Telluride Foundation and David working to make this happen. So thanks for that. But I am opposed to using the ball field. So thank you very much for taking my comment.
Thanks, Christina. Anybody else want to weigh in either here on council or?
I've got a point of information for Paul and David. All three communities, Nuclear, Norwood, and Ridgway, are within SMPA's territory. I represent SMPA in my day job, other hat on. We have just instituted a new beneficial electrification program that will provide incentives for all electric homes in conjunction with Tri-State that would probably rival the sources that you've identified from the Telluride Foundation. So just as another tool for your toolkit, just something to consider. And if you want to talk to me offline sometime, I can give you more information on that.
That would be great to connect with you later, Terry. We're definitely interested in that. Thank you.
Great.
John?
Yes. Is that
this
Kathy?
is Tom, yeah. I don't know how to get that little hand on my thing.
That's okay. So that's Kathy and Tom Heffernan. Go ahead.
Yeah, we think it's a great idea. Always open for ideas on affordable housing, and we're probably the only person that's probably for it on the ball field.
We kind of feel like it's a NIMBY situation, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's because it's already in your backyard with the.
What's more important than getting housing, especially for our teachers, than that ball field? I love open space too, but you know, sometimes you got to give up, you know?
But in the paper, David Bruce and Paul Major, in the article that was in the paper, talked about possibly working, if it was the ball field, to make some kind of a green area around it. Is that true, Paul or Bruce? David?
David did some work on that. I'll let him answer.
Yeah, so in each of the potential, I should sort of backtrack and say, you know, like I'm new to this project, I'm new to the area, and from a sort of standpoint of pure development, the baseball field makes some sense. So, you know, like I was just out of college when the earlier proposal happened, and I did not do my homework about that event 5 years ago. But, you know, I think we've been working hard on a lot of different levels on this project. So definitely appreciate the resistance to it. But the plan that I was looking at was duplexes. So bring in a little bit more density, which sort of takes up less land area, less surface area for those homes, and could allow the perimeter in the plan that was published in the paper to have, you know, a half-court basketball court or playground, a place to barbecue, a community garden, all sorts of opportunities to not develop that whole site, but think of it with the ambitions of the community to have this integration of public space with affordable housing. And sort of, you know, in all of this, we absolutely respect how great the space and the work Krista has done to make it outdoor education. And so alongside this, thinking about how we can work with Susan Lacey in the school to propose other areas for outdoor classrooms. But, you know, I think that the underlying point that Paul and I wanted to bring to this tonight is that, you know, we are just proposing an approach to really reduce that cost to build homes. And the land question is absolutely always a reflection of the desires of the community. So, you know, we're not trying to force anything through here, just raise the conversation for exactly this to come up. But, you know, I think there's a way to get multiple benefits. It could become a win-win-win.
That's what I wanted him to say.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. And I also would, in response to what Tom and Kathy said, you know, it's not just the neighbors being NIMBYs by any stretch. And you know, I also don't want to offend any of the neighbors. I understand where NIMBYism comes from, and I understand the passion that many in the community have for that space as kind of the historic old ball field in town. The biggest thing to me is that the school board and Susan Lacey have done such a great job to create an outdoor ed component to their curriculum this year to be able to keep school going throughout COVID. It's been so impressive, and they deserve so much credit for what they've been able to do. You're a school as well, Beth. But you know, they don't want to give that up, and I totally get that. It's one thing to potentially give it up short term in order for it to be turned partially into homes and other parts of it turned into open space and spaces that could be used in the same way. But I don't know, that making that happen, getting it done while still serving kids' needs, that's what the school board and like I say, Susan Lacey as the superintendent have been really struggling with and feeling like they're not willing to let go of at this point. And again, to answer a little bit of what John Countryman said about scolding you guys for not doing your homework, I don't think that you didn't do your homework. Conditions change. You know, I wouldn't have been surprised if enough people had changed their minds, like the Heffernans, to say that actually it could make sense there and we should talk about it. I'm not totally shocked that it didn't go that way, but it could have. So, you know, it's it's not just a matter of doing your homework and deciding, discovering that it was opposed 5 or 6 years ago. There's always more to discuss. And we just are faced with such a critical issue that we need to figure out, that I think we need to keep our minds open and our eyes open and try and figure it out. I see somebody's hand up with just a phone number ending in 6719. Who's that? Go ahead.
Hey, John, thank you. This is Robin Cascade. And I haven't, hi everybody. I haven't thought through this whole process, and I think I've talked to Krista Javoronic. I have a conversation happening with the superintendent soon. And I guess I would say I would love our community to look holistically about our need for affordable housing, or workforce housing is what I'd like to call it. And that in so many ways we are in a time in our society where we need to think about the commons and not necessarily our individual rights and desires. And many of the people who spoke who live in that neighborhood are friends of mine, and I appreciate their concerns. I also would love people to start looking holistically of how are we going to keep our employees in this community if we care about keeping our workforce here, which I certainly do. And as a former teacher, if we didn't have 2 incomes, there's no way I would be living in this town right now. And so I guess I just ask that people look more openly. I haven't decided yet, but I do think that location has some potential. And I have a dear friend who actually is internationally working in community development that started as workforce housing, but she has taught me that it requires a lot more discussion about childcare and transportation and all sorts of other things. And one of the things she recommended is that we look at diversifying whatever site we use, that it not just be the 60% of the average county income, because we don't want to have it be this homogeneous group of people who tend to live on the edge of the financial structure here in the community. So that was just one thought from a professional. I don't know anything about housing development, but just my 2 cents worth. Thanks for honoring my time, John.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I appreciate your comments. And I would back you up on the fact that everything that we talk about in our recently updated master plan, and they have talked about for years, is all about maintaining a diversity of socioeconomic backgrounds, and doing everything we can to avoid having sort of the other side of the track syndrome anywhere in town. And even Space to Create is designed to address a variety of percentages of AMI for people living there. And there's people talk about the missing middle. There's definitely low-income people that have an almost impossible time. Hey, Robin, will you mute yourself on your phone, please? We're hearing you cooking dinner. Where was I going? Just that we need to have not just the low-income people, but the people in the middle that certainly can't afford anything that's over $400,000 on a middle-class income, and find solutions for them as well. So I just wanted to say we're with you on that. Before I open it up to Josie and either Rose or Al, I see Eric waving his hand. Go ahead, Eric.
So one is, I apologize for coming late to the meeting and the conversation. But I tend to agree with, was I read through the proposal, I understand people wanting to preserve that open space, but I also think, we in town are lucky to have literally a plethora of open space as it exists right now. When you consider particularly the Weaver property, but Rollins Park, Cottonwood Park, Green Street Park, Hartwell Park. And I see that ball field as being an ideal place for this kind of development. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Josie, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to take a lot of time either, and I definitely appreciate the need for affordable housing in our community. But I think maybe what some people don't understand in this community is the change that we have had the last few years in regards to baseball for our children. Because as a parent whose child has become more part of this, I've become a volunteer coach, and I've become on the board of Uray County Baseball. I believe we had over 60 kids last summer that were part of this from our county. And so Uray County has the city of Uray has Felon Park in that awesome field. And town of Ridgway has been wonderful to work with in getting that new baseball field over by the soccer fields by Chipeta. But that is only good for the younger ages, kind of like the 4 to 10 crew. And so when people say we have a plethora of green space, that's not really true in regards to the fact that if we're going to continue this baseball program, which right now is comprised of basically 4 to 12-year-olds, each year those kids get older, and we're going into the middle school, junior high, whatever you want to call it, and high school age ranges, not to mention the adult leagues and other things as well. And that specific location of being next to the elementary school, where the kids can walk over from the school during their recesses or their gym classes, etc. So while we may have some a plethora, quote unquote, of green spaces in this town, they aren't actually wonderful for the children of our community to be using, be it because, they have a 23-minute recess or whatever it is at the elementary school, or because they're one of the 60 kids in our county who have really gotten invested in this baseball program, who are now approaching the junior high and high school ranges, where we need a field that can accommodate the depth of the way baseball is played. And so I just wanted to bring that to the attention that, so maybe 5.5 years ago, there was a lot of community, I don't know, there were community members that rose up against that becoming developed, but I would say that that's become even more so of a thing now, as we've worked really hard the last few years to really bring Uray County baseball to make it more of a program for our community. So as I said, I'm pro affordable housing. We need it. Obviously, it's a huge issue in our area, but the baseball field is not something that there's a plethora of in this town or this county. So that's all.
John, can I just chime in for a second?
Yeah.
I am a huge baseball fan and played softball and baseball growing up. I really appreciated what everybody has said, but I think Robin said something that was really key, which is like, I don't know where I land on this yet. Where I have an initial gut punch where I'm like, you can't build on the baseball fields. And John, you said, yeah, it's not really NIMBY in a traditional sense, but we're so small in Ridgway that I'm not pointing, if I say it's like NIMBY-like, I'm not pointing at any neighbors, but all of us, right? Ridgway, it is our backyard. I would just encourage everybody as they're like, yeah, I like workforce housing, but not on our baseball field, to kind of sit with that discomfort for a second. And I'm not saying we need to jump in and build on the baseball field, but kind of think about what's super precious to you, and think about maybe what falls higher or lower on the hierarchy of needs, aka housing, and think about it that way.
But I think it's not just baseball. It's also used by the elementary for all of their classes, for all of the whatever. So I guess my point is that it's not just baseball.
Yeah. I mean, I also teach in Uray, and we seem to do okay, and we definitely don't have anywhere close to the space that Ridgway has. So there's trade-offs. If the kids are seeing overturn in their teachers, that's not good for them either. So all I'm trying to say, Josie, is like, everything's a trade-off. If we say not that space, now we still have a housing problem.
And lots owned by the school, so we have not much to say about it until they say something about it.
Yeah.
And Josie, just for clarity's sake about baseball, can you help me understand, is it the depth of the outfield? Is it that from home plate at the ball field, that's the newer ball field at the athletic park where the soccer fields are, from home field to the edge of the property to the west, is that too short a distance in comparison to what we have at the old ball field? Is that right?
Correct. I don't remember the yardage off the top of my head because I'm terrible at remembering those numbers, but the new field that's there is awesome for the younger kids, for the T-ballers, the coach pitchers, and even some of the younger machine pitchers, but as they get into that 11, 12-year-old range, they hit too far, and it will just be knocking windows out of those homes, which would become a massive issue in town very quickly, I would assume. So yeah, that new field is awesome for a practice space for the younger group, but it doesn't work in any sense of the word for like a 7th to 12th grader. And so you wouldn't be able to host a game there. You wouldn't even want to practice there because you do batting practice and it would be hitting into those homes. So it's a great field for younger ages, but not for older.
It's so interesting because I'm looking at Google Maps and I can see both infields on Google Maps, the old one out by the school, the old school and what we're talking about, and the one out at the athletic fields. And it's hard to say, but it only looks like it's maybe 10 yards difference in size, but we don't need to dig into that. I've always been curious. And I certainly don't want people complaining about their windows being busted out by kids playing baseball. So, obviously, again, this is just, there's lots to discuss here. I see 3 more hands up and we need to kind of wrap this up. So I will, is it Rose or Al that wants to go next? Evans Lawandi.
This is Al Lawandi.
Hi, Al.
Hi, John. I totally understand the people in the neighborhood feeling that ball field is precious. All of us are NIMBYs at some level in our own backyards, whether we want to admit it or not. But I think there's something, one of the reasons this town is so neat is that we have a lot of restaurants for our size. We have a pharmacy, we have a grocery store, we have a hardware store. All of those businesses that make this a neat place to live require employees. They're all having trouble getting employees, as are the businesses in Uray. And the main reason for that is housing. So I think people need to consider, how cool would this town be if we started losing all those businesses because they can't find employees at reasonable wages? And here's just a thought. If we don't have a suitable parcel right now, if people really value those businesses and those employees and those teachers living in town, at some point, maybe we need to have the guts to do something that elected officials are not very good at, which is to propose some sort of a levy to buy some private property to donate to an affordable housing project. At some point, you can't get everything you want that makes this town neat to live in without people being willing to pay the price. Americans are always wanting somebody else to pay for what they consider neat. So just another thing to think about, in my opinion. Thank you. Were we gone that entire time?
It appears as
Looks
if
like
dropped
looks
off.
like Eric, do you want to take the lead?
Sure, but I cannot see anybody's raised hands on my screen at all.
We have Christina Calicott.
Okay, and who else? Christina has had a chance to chat, but go ahead, Christina.
If I can go ahead while you're looking for the next person. I was trying to be brief earlier because I thought we wanted to make this quick, but my opposition isn't just that it's in my front yard actually and not my backyard. That is an issue, but there's also the fact that I just think there's there's a lot of space in this valley. And I think some of it is probably less valuable, maybe not monetarily, but culturally and socially than that ballpark. I go for a lot of walks in that open space in the north end of town. Ecologically, that soil is just incredibly poor. It's super salinated. It's just weedy out there. It would take a lot of restoration to make it, a really valuable green space, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure the town doesn't own that land. And I know we went through a really long process several years ago, about 10 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, to look at developing all that land. And I'm not in favor of developing all that land. I was very active in the Valley Floor campaign up in Telluride, and I'm not a fan of developing the whole Valley Floor. This is a limited footprint project, and I just think, I know that the idea was to have it in town where it's closer to the utilities and it's cheaper to build there. But that land up there is, just seems like it's much less valuable, like I said, socially and culturally. And I just would rather look at other options than just assuming that we're going to put it on the ball field, right? Without talking about other potential options. So I wanted to bring that up. Thank
Okay.
you.
I mean, I think we are talking, you know, I think we are talking about, I mean, as much as some people are in favor of it, I think we are talking about other potential options. And, you know, the town itself, other than our park spaces, roads, really has limited property. I mean, what the town has is essentially what's north of the library, and that's it. We don't own any other parcels of, you know, sort of you know, if you want to count a park as developed, as undeveloped property in town. So we're kind of limited. So it would have to be another, it would have to be a private piece of property somewhere. And, you know, whether, you know, as somebody suggested, you know, we figure out a way to, as a community, to pay for that and buy it and then move forward. You know, that's something possible. Hi, John, you're back.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Somehow my internet keeps going down in the middle of Zoom calls sometimes. I'm not sure why. So I assume I missed a few more public comments.
Just one, I think.
Okay, are there other hands up? I can't see.
We have Krista J with her hand up. I'll unmute her. Krista J with her hand up. I'll unmute her. Krista J.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
Hey, I'm just as a representative from the school, and I really appreciate hearing everyone's comments, both for and against the construction on the baseball field. Definitely trying to keep an open mind myself about it. But there are a couple things I just wanted to raise on behalf of being an employee that uses that space now. One thing to note is that with extra housing or additional housing in our town, it's quite likely that that also raises the number of students in our school. And currently the elementary school does not actually have a field. We have a playground, but we don't have a field. And that particular space is accessible for us. It's safe and it's close enough to get to in a 45-minute block, which is what students have for physical education. The other thing I just wanted to raise is in our school is quite old. Our gym has no windows. There's no fresh air circulating in that venue. So that's been a really nice addition, is just having a fresh air climate to take kids to throughout the day. And then the last thing I just wanted to bring up is that I'm actually really concerned about how traffic would be impacted for the school, entry into the school, out of the school, kids crossing the street. So safety is a really big thing that just keeps coming up for me when I think about, you know, 24 homes and the traffic that brings to that area. So yeah, I just wanted to address those specifics. And thanks for all your work.
Yeah, thanks, Krista. Sorry to interrupt. No, good points. I'd like to suggest at this point, as long as we've been talking about this, that we either schedule a workshop to discuss it further. But staff, you have any thoughts?
I have a quick comment going back to the nature of this presentation, separate from stepping in it a little bit about this particular parcel. Credit to these guys and Telluride Foundation for putting together a clever toolkit. I think that's the nature of the presentation tonight, was to give us an idea of a toolkit that has numerous elements on how to make something like this affordable, again, independent of a choice of a particular plot. So I think we got to go back to the the intent of this presentation, which was to present something that we can look at through what you're suggesting, maybe further workshops or whatever. But kudos, this is a clever toolkit and it's making use of some great principles for building.
Mayor's Preston, we can certainly schedule a workshop. I guess I'd like to understand how it'd be framed a little bit. Would it simply be to further, or would it be for the purpose of furthering the conversation about available land options to make this model or approach from the Telluride Foundation more feasible?
That's my thought. I mean, I think due diligence would be to, I mean, I've heard numerous people express gratitude and interest in the idea itself. But most people don't want to sit on the ball field, so that begs the question, where could it happen? And so we're not going to solve that tonight. So I'd like to see if maybe we could, a week or two out, schedule a workshop with council and David and or Paul. Anyone else who's interested, obviously Andrea from the Home Trust, some county commissioners, keep the discussion going. School board, school superintendent at least. That's my thought. Anybody have any other ideas?
Mayor, this is Shay. Just to throw it out there, for what it's worth, I might suggest we have a giant affordable housing project going on in town that I think we all forget about because it's been going on for so long. We really get that to the finish line, and that needs to be our focus. We have years invested in this project. So I know you said a couple of weeks, but I might just throw it out there that maybe this is something that, as Beth kind of suggested, people can sit with for a little bit, brainstorm. Perhaps we could have a little bit of homework of getting, some proper information together that might help facilitate that discussion a little bit. And then we can all, I say we, but you all could come more.
Let me get jammers for you, Will.
Prepared to have that, that kind of conversation. Cause I know, looking at a map of town properties and stuff there, that information isn't really just published and available. So it's a little time to prepare, a little time to really get through the 5 items on the agenda tonight that are just for our Space to Create project,
right.
And then kind of carry on this conversation a bit later.
Thanks, Shay. That's good.
We're willing to have a workshop with county or city personnel involved because we know going in, we don't have a lot of land in Ridgway. And so we need some other representation at the table because we're looking at acquiring, as was suggested, private land.
Right. I think Shay was a good breath of reality there. And we haven't heard from Andrea with the Home Trust yet. And her organization is just getting off the ground, and they certainly have a role to play here potentially. So I'm almost thinking maybe we back up and we say, how about a couple council members commit to working with Andrea and anyone else who wants to be involved, the fellows from Telluride Foundation, and not have it be a town-led endeavor because of the recognition of what town's already got on its plate. I know I will stay involved in the discussion just because I care about it. If anybody else wants to join me, and then we'll give Andrea a chance right after this to see whether I'm throwing something in her lap that she doesn't want. I don't think that's going to be her response. And go from there. We need to keep talking about it, but we need to do it in a way that's efficient and in a forum that actually has a possibility of making some progress, and that's not going to be tonight. So is there any agreement or disagreement on that?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
that sounds like a good idea, John.
Okay. Well, why don't we kind of play it by ear? We'll see what Andrea has to say about possibly being the entity to lead the discussion from here, potentially, or some other option. And then I heard Russ say he was interested in being involved. I know, Angela, you'd be interested in being involved. So then we'll just kind of see how that plays out. But at this point, I think, let's see, I see, Angela, do you have something to add other than what's already been said?
Just a quick question. I believe there's a timeline with the proposal from the
Telluride Foundation that needs to be considered rather than just putting,
Understood. Paul or David, do you guys have like a deadline? From the discussions we've had so far, I feel like it's a little, we've got some time, but what's your answer to that?
Yeah, the key, thanks for that question. The key to this whole model is to have a trap line of projects. I mean, again, we're attacking the cost of how to build
Understood.
housing. And so you've got to have a trap line of projects. So, and we mentioned, I think this last night to the county commissioners, you know, if this is going to go on for, if a general discussion about the idea is going to go on for a long time, we're going to go to another community because we're looking for, you've got to have land to give you certainty to move forward on the project. So we've got other, you know, communities that want to move forward. So I don't want to put any hard numbers around it. You know, we sort of threw out to the commissioners, you know, if we can't, you know, start to lean in on a serious parcel of land, you know, in 30 days or 45 days or something, we're probably going to go to another community. Part of
That's
it,
fine. That's really helpful to have even that number.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Just 30 to 45 days, I think makes total sense. And it kind of puts the onus on us to do something or get off the, you know what, like we said. Okay, that's helpful. And that, I assume, answers Angela's question. I also had that question texted to me while we were talking. So we know we have 30 to 45 days to see if we can at least come up with a candidate property. And at that point, these guys go somewhere else. That's okay. But, you know, it's understood. We certainly have lots on our plate. So with that, I think I will again express my gratitude to Paul and David for being here and giving us so much time and putting so much time and energy into this concept. I think it's really cool. And I love that you saw Ridgway as a potential, and hopefully we can still come up with a piece of ground that would work. Any last thoughts, council? Okay, thanks, guys. With that, I will go to item number 6A, which is Andrea Sokolowski with a presentation about the Home Trust. Andrea, are you here?
I am, yes. Thanks, John, and thanks,
Welcome.
Town Council, for having us, giving us the time to present. I did try to turn on my video, and it says the host is not allowing me to turn on my video, so that's
Share Preston. There you go.
great, awesome. And I've got a little slideshow, so I would love to share my screen if I can. But first off, just to be very clear, because I think there's been a little confusion. The Home Trust of Erie County, which is the nonprofit that the board and I have started, is separate from the Telluride Foundation's Rural Homes Project. They just happen to be coming up at the same time, serendipity, and we are both looking for land. So I think that's maybe some of the confusion there. If the Telluride project does happen in Ridgway, we could be part of that. We would be a great resource for the community and for the Rural Homes Project to manage and maintain the homes over time, to assist home buyers, to enforce the income, residency, occupancy, and use restrictions. So if that project happens, we could certainly be a resource to it. We are starting off with our own land donation. It's a small lot in town. And so just to be clear, the land trust, the Home Trust of Erie County is not trying to develop the ball field, just to be on the record for that. I'll go ahead and share my screen now. So does everybody see the slideshow?
Yep. Yep.
So it is the Home Trust of Ridgway County is a 501c3 community land trust. The need, we all know Uray County is a popular travel destination. It's very attractive for home buyers. And that inherently creates challenges for people with modest income. There's expensive or limited rentals due to short-term rentals, Airbnbs, things like that. And real estate is expensive. Our goal is to keep our communities in Ridgway and in Uray authentic and economically diverse. We do think that there is value in that. Progress is in affordable housing in general over time has been a little slow in Uray County. Granted, we've got space to create. We've had those sunsetted deed restricted units in Riverside. But in general, I think it's been a little slow for what the need actually is. So we decided to start the Community Land Trust. It's a model for affordable housing. Our mission statement is to grow an inclusive and economically diverse community by providing permanently affordable homes for modest income households in Uray County through the acquisition and stewardship of land. This is one way to go about it. Housing authorities are another way. Typically, housing authorities are a little more top-down versus the Community Land Trust as a nonprofit is more ground up, grassroots, and community-based, whereas the housing authority is a governmental entity. We thought that the Community Land Trust would be a better fit for Uray County. To accomplish our mission, the Home Trust acquires land and buildings. We develop the land in an environmentally and socially responsible manner. We construct or renovate buildings so that they are healthy, durable, and energy efficient. And we maintain affordability in perpetuity. We also have a 99-year stipulation through resale, occupancy, and use restrictions as stated in the ground lease. So Paul's model uses deed restrictions. Our model uses a ground lease that does pretty much the exact same thing as far as restrictions on how much appreciation the home buyer can take away at resale. Occupancy, whether that person has to be a full-time resident or a full-time person who works in Uray County. And use, whether they can rent the place out and for how long, or whether they can do short-term rentals. Because in the end, the way this works is that the Community Land Trust owns the land and the home buyer owns the home, the improvements. The benefits of a nonprofit model is that rather than a housing trust or anything that's affiliated with the government, with any kind of government or municipalities, there's stability over time. Land and cash donations are not tied to Tabor or have any, there's no restrictions with that. And then there are tax deductions on donations. I think currently, if a person were to donate land to a community land trust, they would get 12.5% tax credit on the current value of the land. And then I think cash donations are, I believe, a 25% tax credit. So who is eligible? This is all about income. So applicants must be income qualified. Typically, it's below 80% of the area median income because that is determined by the Colorado Division of Housing, where some of the funding comes from. And they have just typically structured the funding to target people who are 80% AMI or below. Now, there are some opportunities. Actually, recently, there has been an increase to 100% AMI on certain funding. And if we can ever do it, if we can get some private funds, maybe from the Telluride Foundation or some other private foundation, we would love to help those who are 120% AMI. and that kind of like middle income almost, or that gap. We'd like to focus on people who are working in Uray County. At least one of the applicants, if it's a married couple, at least one of the applicants needs to be working in Uray County, or have a contract signed for employment, say at the school or something like that. So this is how it works. The home trust, they keep the title to the land, and the home buyer gets title to the improvements. The home buyer signs the ground lease, agreeing to the resale, occupancy, and use restrictions. For example, the home buyer may not be an absentee owner and rent the home to someone else. The home buyer builds equity, and when the home is sold, the home buyer gets to keep the equity, which includes a limited appreciation as calculated by the resale formula in the ground lease. The board is currently working on the resale formula. It is going to suit our community and our economy. So each resale formula for every community land trust in the United States, and there's about 200 of them, is different because you want to tailor it to your community and to your economy. So that you achieve affordability in the long run, at the same time balancing giving the home buyer some sort of appreciation that they can feel good about. And then there is the possibility of capital improvements if the home buyer puts on a deck, builds a garage, something like this, that they could get some sort of credit for that. And then the home is then sold to another qualified buyer. And this is over 99 years. It's something that I truly feel is a benefit to our community, and is one of the reasons why I think the community land trust is the best way to go about affordable housing, because there's an entity, there's an organization that is overseeing and monitoring all of the affordable houses and making sure that these occupancy restrictions are enforced, and ensuring that the folks who are applying for these homes are in fact working in Uray County, or that they're income qualified. And so, in 50 years, what has actually happened on the Front Range with deed restrictions is with deed restrictions, you're just hoping that the title companies and the home buyers are on the up and up, and they're putting that in the successive titles and deed restrictions, and that the home buyers are obeying the restrictions. And it occurred on the Front Range where a bunch of affordable houses were sold at market rate. The title companies didn't put it into the deeds. And it was a big scandal, it was a big fiasco. A bunch of homes went to market rate. So it's something to think about when, in 50 years, when some of us are maybe no longer here, that there's somebody that's watching those houses and making sure that all the rules are being followed, and the homes are being continually sold to income qualified people, and not crossing your fingers and hoping that all goes well with no oversight and no management. Again, we believe we're a community asset. We are the community land trust model is stewardship of land. We ensure affordability for 99 years, facilitating homeownership and rentals for our local workforce. The board is comprised of community members. The board can be no more than 1/3 government officials or anyone associated with government, and there has to be at least 1/3 on the board who are actual home buyers. So the people that are getting the housing, we want them to be able to influence the terms of the community land trust, and to be able to be a part of the process of creating more affordable housing. It gives a sense of empowerment, I think, to those people rather than it's a charity case. And that's another reason why I really appreciated this community land trust model. And it preserves the authenticity of our communities relative to modest income. Again, this is a new affordable housing approach. We have not tried this yet in our county. And we really hope to be a champion for a local champion for affordable housing and to help our community find land, acquire land, and then manage it. The land trust model does a similar thing with what Paul is talking about, where we would partner with developers, partner with builders, work, an agreement or a contract, and then the builder and developer would build the house, and then we would ensure that the applicants are income qualified, and then that when they go to resell, that it goes on to another income qualified buyer. And we have a website, hometrustoc.org, or you can check us out on Facebook. And one last thing I forgot to mention, Paul had mentioned there certainly is economy of scale, and the more you build, I think in one project, the cheaper it can be, particularly with prefab, where you're building it inside of a warehouse, with paying the folks who are building it minimum wage or something around there. The cost to build is very cheap with prefab. The good thing about the Division of Housing in Colorado is that they have grants and programs to fund smaller projects. Have project grants and down payment assistance grants that can offset some of the cost. So if you get the land for free, and then you can get about 40 grand in grants from the state and federal governments, then if you can work out with a local builder, and I've got some leads on some local builders who are interested in building affordable housing. I think you guys know some of them, Therese and Josh Steele, that they would be willing to do, not the highest possible price that is occurring right now. I think I heard last that some companies are building for $350 a square foot. So they're interested and they support affordable housing enough that they would be willing to work on affordable housing for the community land trust, and where we could get a decent price per square foot. And then with the offset of state and federal funds, the home buyer could potentially only need to take out a mortgage for $200,000, something along these lines, for a 1,200 square foot house. So that's all I got.
Great, thanks, Andrea. Anybody on council have questions for Andrea? I'm excited to have this other piece of the toolkit in place, and I think it holds a lot of potential. I guess my question would be, I kind of threw your name out there and threw the Home Trust out there as a possible entity to host the further discussion of trying to find a piece of ground that might work with the Telluride Foundation project. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would be happy to help. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to the town, work with the town, work with the county, and see if what we can come up with. So
cool. I think that'd be helpful. I know my staff would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, what's the rest of council think? Anybody in the audience have any comments or questions too? Any thoughts?
I think that it sounds like a great model, and I think that it would be really nice if we can Still just have the same problem though of, land.
I think the beauty of the
Hopefully
land,
it'd be really nice to be able to find something.
Yep.
I think part of the beauty of the land trust model is that they're trying to negotiate land independent of us as a governmental organization. It makes the land trust a great partner to us. It's not going to be the answer, but working alongside in different channels with different connections is important.
Yeah, I agree. Jake, do you have something to add?
And yeah, just to pop in, this model helps to incentivize donations of land. Instead of it just being an act of kindness, there's actually a tax benefit. So there is some incentive on that piece. And then when you do have developments that require a certain number of units or a certain percentage be affordable housing, they could donate those lots to help offset their tax burden in those situations. So we're hoping to provide some incentive to do those donations.
Great. And for anybody who doesn't know, Jake is a new county commissioner, and he's also on the board of the Home Trust. Was somebody else about to say something? Thought I heard something. Well, it's a very helpful presentation. I love, like I say, having another tool in the toolkit, and you guys' energy and effort behind this is hugely appreciated. So so we just move forward, I guess. I think there are at least 3 council members who expressed interest in being part of the discussions for the next, as we talk, maybe 30 to 40 days to try and come up with a piece of ground that could work with the Telluride Foundation model. We have the typical public entity issue of if it's more than 2 of us, we have to post the meetings as a public meeting. So I might suggest that we talk amongst ourselves after the meeting and decide which 2 of us going forward can do it, and maybe tag team a little bit. But thanks again, Andrea, for your presentation and your efforts on behalf of Uray County Workforce Housing.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Great. Last chance for comments, questions, either from council or the audience. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to item number 7 under policy matters, subdivision improvements and lien agreement for Lena Street Commons PUD. Shay.
Yes, thank you. I will try to make this speedy while covering a lot of technical stuff. So feel free to jump in with questions where you need more info. Some of you will recall the council approved a preliminary plat and development agreement for this Lena Street Commons development back in 2018. There were some key conditions. Those conditions were met. Construction commenced in the fall, as we've all probably have seen that. And the applicant submitted an application for a final plat, which I believe is next on our agenda. But first, we do a subdivision improvements agreement. So the code requirements are explained in the staff report a bit, but my really quick summary of that is the code requires certain items to be completed before we allow for a final plat. So a final plat is when you actually make individual and saleable pieces of property. And by allowing that, certain things may not be done. So we say, sure, we'll give you that, but we're going to enter into an agreement so that we are sure that these final items are finished and completed. And we have some way to hold someone to that. So that is kind of the basics. There are some guidelines in there in terms of timeline, requiring some sort of security or a lien on a piece of property, and some other details. So what we have in front of you tonight is a subdivision improvements agreement. And I actually added a late add. I would say but that was like 2 hours ago when the meeting started that I added this information. But I'm sure you haven't seen it yet. It is a draft that has been updated since this packet went out last week. So apologies, it's a moving target here. We're trying to just get this stuff wrapped up as quickly as we can. But that is a late add, and I'll highlight kind of what this subdivision improvement agreement is saying. Section 1 is this really long section, but it covers all of the items that were not completed as part of the initial phase that really should be or is typically completed before a final plat. It also covers, well, that's most of it. It also summarizes some of our items that are in our development agreement. So that if you guys will recall, we have this long development agreement, but it covers a phasing plan. So this kind of reiterates that and also puts a kind of timeline on it saying, and a kind of security by saying, hey, these things are going to be done, or you're not going to get a building permit or a final CO until they are. So that's kind of our security as the town to know that they will get done, because it's in the developer's interest to finish those items and get them changed. One of the big changes to this item since the packet was the kind of last handful of sentences on here. And this is an addition that basically says the owner can't sell the property without finishing these, or this obligation running with the land. So the idea is we give them a final plat, they have these saleable little townhouse lots, and they can't just go and sell them off because those lots don't yet have electricity to them or gas to them, or a road or a driveway to get in. So we need that stuff to be done before those lots could be sold, or the next person to do that. Section 2 talks about kind of a little bit of a change or deviation from our development agreement. And this was actually requested by the town. It's a detail, the sidewalks, curb, and gutter were to be installed with each phase. So as you'll recall, there's, building B, C, D, and E, and the sidewalks were going to kind of be built piecemeal. But the way the road has been designed, it has a geotextile fabric in it, and it is best if that is laid all at once. So we kind of realized that after this development agreement and have said, hey, let's not do the sidewalk in pieces. Let's do it when we build that Lena Street all together. So that's what that paragraph is talking about. There's some share of allocated or of costs for installing the taps that the town installed. It's the developer's responsibility to pay for those. So we're just memorializing the amounts and the amount for each building due. And then this weed management section, which is really a request by the county to put that in there and kind of memorialize it in our subdivision improvements agreement. So my recommendation tonight is we just need a final review of this by our town attorney. It's just been bouncing back and forth. So I think we're getting super close, but with final review, I think we're comfortable approving it and getting it finalized.
Thanks, Shay. So what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that you're basically comfortable with us making a conditional motion to approve based on you guys working out the final details. Is that correct?
I am. And Bo or Preston, jump in if that's incorrect.
This is Bo. Briefly, no, that's 100% correct. I feel like we're there. It's just been a couple of versions that have been floating around with my review and town staff's review and kind of updates from the developers council. So I would say we're there, but for kind of finalizing a couple of minor provisions that wouldn't be substantive to the agreement itself.
Okay, great, thanks. Council, any questions, comments?
No, just thanks, Shay, for doing such a great job on this and everything else you've done for us. I'm gonna miss you.
Yes, yeah.
Did I?
So this has been, I mean, I think we, this is a big project, and I think we entered into it knowing that there was probably, as time went along, there's always going to be some conditions on this, just because these are just big, difficult projects to do all at one fell swoop. So I like the idea of getting the sidewalk and the curb in all at once rather than piecemeal. I think that's a great addition to that. So.
Any other comments? Anybody in the audience have comments or questions? Somebody want to make a motion?
It looks like Tom Kennedy,
Oh.
who's.
Sorry, I missed that. Tom, go ahead. If somebody will unmute him.
Yeah, hey guys, Tom Kennedy. I just wanted to say we appreciate working with your staff. We've identified the subdivision improvement agreement since the Planning Commission meeting, worked on a series of issues, and we feel comfortable with this draft that's before you, and we appreciate all the help of Shay, Bo, and Preston on getting us to this point. So we look, if there's any questions that you have, here to answer questions, but otherwise we support your motion to approve it.
Great, thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Anybody have any questions for Tom? Or seems like we're all same page for the most part. Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
I move we conditionally approve the subdivision improvements agreement for Lena Street Commons.
Second.
Okay, is that, Bo, is that adequate, just to say conditionally and not necessarily refer to staff working on details?
Yeah, actually, if we could get it modified to say conditionally approved based and then pursuant to any sort of non-substantive modifications from staff.
Okay, so I move we approve the subdivision improvements agreement for Lena Street Commons pursuant to not having any substantive changes from staff.
Second.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers Corelli,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, there you go. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Tom. Looking forward to getting this one going. All right, that takes us to item number 8. This is a public hearing, our only public hearing for tonight, final plat for Lena Street Commons. I'll just remind everybody that as a public hearing, this is a little bit more formal. We will have a presentation from the town planner. The applicant will have a chance to weigh in. Then I will open the public hearing up to public comments from the audience. Once that's done, I'll close the public comments and bring it back up to council to deliberate. So take it away, Shay.
Great, thank you. So this is the final plat application, and we kind of just talked about this a little bit. This is the tool that basically says a lot of your infrastructure is done. You now have saleable and buildable pieces of property where you can start to go vertical. So this was reviewed by the Planning Commission at our last regular meeting in January, and the commission recommended that the council consider approval of this final plat with there were a handful of conditions and things to finish on that list. So I will go over those tonight. There were a couple documents updated. Those were listed in the staff report. We got updated as-built and some updated commercial decks. So those are included in all of the most recent and up-to-date documents are included in your packet, and it is quite thick. So thank goodness it's electronic. The items, so there's a number of requirements in our municipal code that talk about the requirements for a final plat. Those are listed in the Planning Commission staff report if you want to go check those out. I tried to keep this a little short and just list all of the kind of final items that needed to be finished. So I'll just go through those. I will highlight any changes instead of going through each one. So on number 3, sorting out the language for plat notes 9, 10, and 11, this has been kind of a complicated topic, but I think we finally got there. And town staff is okay with this first comment, this first edit that Tom proposed. So basically there are easements that are being dedicated to the town along Lena Street and Otto Street. And the easement language, or part of the easement language in there, will say that anybody using those easements has to restore any of the hardscaping like sidewalks and roads to the general condition prior. We were getting caught up on, trying to replace the rose plant that your mom sent and you planted in that corner that we had to tear up to replace your water meter. It's not replaceable. We can't replace something like that. But replacing the hardscapes is fine. So we've come to agreement on the language for that. The as-built comments, I sent comments back to the team from Joanne and Chase from Public Works and Engineering to the team yesterday. So hopefully those are kind of in progress. They're close, but not quite there. The subdivision improvements agreement we just talked about, and then some fees being paid. We did get a check for excise tax, but we could messed up the amount. We forgot that we waive excise tax for the affordable units. So we'll be sure to get that corrected. But otherwise, everything's looking pretty good. So I believe, the recommendation from me would be to approve it based with the condition that the items that are left to be addressed are addressed. They feel pretty minimal to me, kind of an administrative thing that we can check off, be sure the plat gets updated as we've agreed, and then get this guy finalized.
Okay. So again, this is a public hearing, so the applicant want to weigh in? Have anything to add?
Sure. Do you still have me on audio?
Yep.
Okay. So agree with Shay's comments, the findings and recommendations in her staff report. Really, we had the open issue about the plat notes, and we're glad we were able to work through those. And again, I appreciate the work and the help of staff in getting to that point. And again, we support the staff recommendations and would encourage you to make a motion to approve it so we can move on and get to the next item and then get working on the project. So.
Great, thanks, Tom. All right, I will open the public hearing up to public comments from the audience. If anybody wants to weigh in on this, please raise your hand, or if you can't figure out how to do that, since they moved, if you're on a computer, they moved the raise hand function under the reactions button that's down at the bottom of your screen. They did that in one of the last few versions. So raise hand is under reactions, but you can also just hopefully unmute yourself if you want to make a comment. Anybody? All right, I'm not seeing any, so is that somebody? Nope, okay. All right, I will close the public hearing for public comments. Not close the public hearing, close the public comments and bring it back up to council to discuss and deliberate. Anybody have any questions for either Shay or the applicant? Lion's share of the work's been done. There's a draft motion in the staff report.
Well, I'll move to approve the final plat for Lena Street Commons planned unit development for the applicant Heinz Designs, owner Lena Commons LLC, as the requirements of the code have been met and based on the above conditions being met before the final plat is recorded. That's
Did I hear a second?
Yeah, Kent second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Terry, seconded by Kevin. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Grambly.
Aye.
Let's see, we didn't hear you ask.
Oh,
Angela.
I'm sorry. We were muted. I'm sorry. I'm going to start again. Farrelly.
Aye.
Grambly.
Aye.
Lakin.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Schuyler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, passes unanimously. Thanks, Shay, and thanks, Tom. We got one more item for you guys, I believe. We have the rezoning, is that right? Yes. Item number 9, introduction of ordinance amending the official zoning map by rezoning a portion of tract, I assume that means tract 1 and lot 2E, lots 4D, 5D, 3E, and 4E of the Lena Street Commons Planned Unit Development from historic business to general commercial. Jay.
Yes, thank you. So this is similar to the most recent rezoning we did. It's kind of a cleanup item that as we change property lines, we make sure our zoning aligns with those property lines. So we don't have properties zoned half and half. That makes things a little complicated to deal with. So this was also something we agreed to do in the development agreement that was recorded in 2019. And I put that language in the staff report if you're interested, but basically saying, we realize we need to change the zoning. So let's do that at the point of final plat. So there is a diagram in the report that talks about the kind of area that will be rezoned from historic business to general commercial. It's a smaller area on the southern side of the lot. So there's also a diagram on our zoning map that explains that area. Let me just share my screen so folks who are not looking at the map online. So here is the image of the small area that will be rezoned. This lot on the very south will remain historic business. And basically from that lot line north is going to be general commercial. Here it is on the zoning map. It's this little area outlined in red that will change from historic business to general commercial. There are a couple of code provisions that where the requirements are listed to rezone, and those items include that the amendment is not adverse to the public health, safety, and welfare. And we've already agreed on a development agreement, a preliminary plat. This development is kind of sorted, so I don't think this is really going to change anything for the public health, safety, and welfare. It's a small portion of land. It's adjacent to similar zoning. It is in conformity with the master plan. This area is called to be a mixed neighborhood in our future land use map. So this is really in line with that use. And staff is recommending introduction of this ordinance tonight. That is all.
Thanks, Shay. And this might be a question for Bo, but should this have been a public hearing as well?
First reading, John.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just an introduction, John.
Thank you. My brain is getting feeble these days. Good point. Introduction. So any other comments or questions? Any comments or questions from council about this? It's pretty straightforward. Sandra, did you have something you wanted to add? You're muted.
Just thanks to the council and the planning commission and specifically Shay to get us to this point. We are really excited to finally break ground.
Absolutely. Okay. Anybody in the audience have any comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, bring it back up here. Is anybody want to make a motion or have anything else to add?
I'll move to rezone a portion of track 1, lot 2E, lots 4D, 5D, 3E, 4E, Lena Street Commons Planned Unit Development from historic business to general commercial.
Second.
Motion is made by Russ, seconded by Eric. If there isn't any more discussion, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Scarelli.
Aye.
Grambly.
Aye.
Lakin.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Schuyler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, thanks, everybody. Check those
Thank
off
you.
our list. Thanks, Sandra.
Appreciate it.
We will
Thanks,
move-
you guys.
Yep. We will move on to.
Lena Street team, exciting to get this moving.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shay. We were gonna miss you.
Ditto.
So true. Yeah, we're excited for you guys. Can't wait to see it coming up out of the ground. That takes us to item number 10, review and action on encroachment permit application related to 616 through 620 Clinton Street. Shay?
Yes, so this is a revocable encroachment permit. You guys do these fairly regularly, but quick reminder, the use of public property like rights of ways and parks and stuff gets approved by town council. So that's what we're looking at tonight. It's covered in section 14 of our municipal code. So the attached draft revocable encroachment permit is for a potential new owner. So the owner, Antonio Mara of the Provisions, Crum, and Chiropractor buildings that we're all familiar with on Clinton Street are potentially changing hands. And the current encroachment permit is issued to the owner and the tenant. So with new ownership, we just need to issue a new permit to the new owner. However, in addition, they are proposing to add an accessible entry to the Provisions building. If you guys will recall, there's, I think, 1 or 2 steps to go into the Provisions building right now. So the idea is that they will actually have a ramp that you can go up to get in there, as well as stairs. So the encroachment is proposed to be expanded a little bit to accommodate that new accessible entry. There are no known current issues that staff has heard of with the existing encroachment permit. Just to note, the permit application requested 2 items that don't apply to this revocable encroachment permit. So I just want to be sure we address those. One was a request for the electric transformer in the alley. The town has agreements with all sorts of utility providers to have utilities in our rights of ways to provide services to property owners. So that does not require a private or specific encroachment permit for every owner, luckily, because that would take all of your time at every meeting. The other item is that the survey found the west wall encroaches into the alley, it looks like, by maybe a couple inches. Very common of our historic buildings. Our surveying equipment back in the day wasn't as good as it is now. So things weren't built, exactly to property lines. But I believe that it's lawfully non-conforming. It's built, it's the way it is. This doesn't require an encroachment permit. Definitely not a revocable encroachment permit where we could say, oh, you have to remove that now. But probably good to get confirmation from Bo on that topic to be sure he agrees with my assessment there. We hadn't had time to do that, I don't think. So that doesn't need a permit at this time. So this is just for expanding the entryway in front of the Provisions and Crum building and to pass it on to the new owner. So happy to answer any questions or comments on that.
Great, thanks, Shay. Does anybody have any comments or questions? Seems again like pretty straightforward. I'm happy to see a ADA ramp going in. That's only going to help everybody.
I'm kind of curious how far that actually extends out in front of the business next door, the Crum shop, and why they went with the ramp that way instead of the other direction.
I had that thought too, but
The applicant, I believe, or the applicant's representative is on tonight, if that's something he could answer.
From the drawing, Russ, it looks like it's 3 feet.
Well, no, and it's 8 feet, 8 inches from one end of the landing to the other. They'd be really close, I think, on the property line the other way.
But those buildings are all the same piece of property.
No, well, but
I'm just saying, talking about
going
having it
towards
go east.
the 616 building, that's not the same property.
Yeah.
But Antonio's got his looks like hand up.
Go ahead, Antonio.
It's Denise.
Oh,
We didn't
Denise.
have room. We didn't have enough room there's a standard by which the ramp can't be too steep. So if it went from, as you're facing from left to right to left, it wouldn't be big enough. It wouldn't be long enough.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Thanks, Denise. Any other questions? I see Daniel Zemke. Daniel?
Town Council, Mr. Mayor, thank you. My office represents the buyer, J&J Clinton LLC. We are excited to put an ADA ramp in for accessibility issues. We appreciate the work of Shay and Bo and the rest of the team to help get this done. And we look forward to putting it in as soon as possible.
Great, thank you, Mr. Zemke. Anyone else on council have comments or questions anybody want to ask Mr. Zemke anything? Seems pretty straightforward again.
Honestly,
Okay.
making it accessible is another good addition to Clinton Street.
Absolutely.
Well, I move to approve the revocable encroachment permit for the use of town right of way for J&J Clinton LLC as proposed upon acquiring ownership of the building.
Second.
There's a motion by Terry, second by Kevin. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmembers Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, passes unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations to your clients, Mr. Zemke, and looking forward to seeing that get done. All right, that takes us to item number 11, review and action on professional services agreement for marketing services between the town of Ridgway and the Ridgway Area Chamber of Commerce. Preston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So as some of you know, this is a cyclical type item before you. It's a professional services agreement for marketing services with the Ridgway Area Chamber of Commerce. We have Hillary, and I think Tim was here. I don't know if Tim's here still, but Hillary's here representing the chamber. The town for a number of years now has partnered with the chamber to have them spearhead tourism promotion and general marketing efforts, again, on behalf of the town. I haven't been here too long, but in my eye, the arrangement works well. I've thoroughly enjoyed working with Hillary and Tim in particular. The most substantial change to this, to the agreement before you is the term. Right now it's framed as a 3-year agreement, and the agreement includes the necessary annual appropriation language, based on Tabor, to make it possible for the town to enter into a multi-year agreement. The reporting requirements stated in the 2020 agreement will be followed or are proposed to be followed in this new agreement. And then, of course, the chamber would, by way of this agreement, receive 70% of the town's lodging tax revenues in fiscal years 2021 through 2023. So before we have council take action on this professional services agreement, I'll turn it over to Hillary. She can go over the proposed budget, lodging tax budget for 2021, and then briefly review their 2020 annual report.
Great.
Thanks, Preston. And I think I'll start with the 2020 annual review and then work my way to the 2021 proposed budget. And I'm going to keep it to items that are new compared to 2019 and before. So we can keep it brief and then I'll answer any questions at the end. So I'll go ahead and start with the 2020 annual report. So early spring, with COVID, we made drastic cuts to our annual budget when the stay-at-home order came into place, and impacts of COVID were looking to be quite severe on lot funds. So we halted our marketing efforts until mid-June and shifted limited staff time to support town and county communications for COVID-19 resources, as well as promoting our local businesses that were still able to be open. After late June, visitors began returning, but it wasn't really clear how Lot was going to recover with that. And we really don't see those numbers come to fruition until around September, October, So although we made pretty big budget cuts and saw that lot was starting to return, we focused much of our projects on things that could easily be cut down if need be. So quite a bit of budget went to our website, which we had planned already. We also continued our off-peak season marketing initiatives to drive year-round tourism economic opportunities, and those were all supported by Colorado Tourism Office grant awards and programming. Another big change is that with the Ridgway Tourism Office not receiving their annual contract, we began working with the city of Ridgway, which decided against a countywide visitor guide. We were still able to create a Ridgway focused guide with our longtime partner, which is now available online and in print. And then one new initiative for us that we've been building over the years is trying to ensure that all of our marketing content is being paired with responsible travel messaging, which consists of Colorado Tourism Office messaging for COVID-19 best practices and responsible recreation. And then our last new initiative for 2020 was a Winter Shop Local campaign that aligned with the Colorado Office of Economic Development's initiative that's still going to be ongoing throughout the year. So with our 2020 finances, I'll kind of move into next, which I painted a story of it being really challenging to plan for and budget this past year, which I'm sure the town saw as well. But we made drastic cuts in the spring, and then lot ended up recovering and exceeding any numbers previous to 2020. So we ended up with an overall flat budget, but we had predicted a 20% loss back in the spring. So we had a larger carryover surplus than normal, but we're going to be integrating that into our proposed 2021 budget. So I'm going to go ahead and hop down into the proposed 2021 budget, which we have a line item breakdown that we prepared. And again, I'll focus more on anything that has an increase in budget or is a new line item for this year. So this year we're proposing kind of an unprecedentedly larger budget of $79,407. So this reflects what we are going to predict as being a flat lodging tax for 2021, just trying to plan for potential of COVID-19 impacts. And we'll be integrating some of those surplus funds from 2020, as well as having a reserve budget. So a few line items to highlight. The first one is the visitor center operations and upgrades, and that's going to be an increased budget because in January 1, we became the sole leasee of the Ridgway Visitor Center. And prior to that, we had split all utilities with the Railroad Museum, and the Railroad Museum had also covered weekend staff pay. So we'll be now covering 100% of those costs. It also has some buffer for just inheriting a building that will need some upkeep and maintenance beyond what we're proposing in a different line item. And so with that is also the line item of the visitor center redesign. And we're hoping to make some improvements to the space to be able to reopen on some capacity this summer. And the changes that we're proposing will make the space more safe for our volunteers, which tend to be an older demographic. And then also some costs to just make the space more visually appealing. And there's now a large empty room from the museum that we're going to be occupying. So making some of those improvements as well to utilize that space. And then, as much of town council knows, the bigger changes to the building will be decided by the Heritage Park and Ridgway Visitor Center subcommittee. And then we have two proposed new line items for 2021. The first one is sustainable tourism. And, for several years, we've been integrating more and more responsible travel messaging into our marketing content. And 2020, the pandemic and summer visitor trends have really reinforced our need to take this a step further and really be the leader in our region of this area and help protect, not only ensuring local businesses are benefiting from tourism, but also protecting our surrounding environment. So to propose projects within this line item is a visitor impacts focus group with public land agencies, conservation organizations, and stakeholders operating on public lands. We just want to gain deeper insight as to how to prioritize responsible travel messaging to our visitors. And then the second would be a survey to local businesses and nonprofits to better understand the impacts of COVID-19 and as well as the impacts of tourism. And the goal is to use those results to help guide future marketing efforts and the following year's budget. And then the last new line item is we decided to separate out what our administrative costs are for this year, which consists of bookkeeping and accounting. And we had that integrated into visitor center operations, but we just wanted to really show the work that needs to be done behind the scenes to implement marketing initiatives, pay staff, run the visitor center, do all the things that it takes to utilize the budget. So that's the quick rundown, and I'm happy to answer any questions from town council.
Great, thanks, Hillary. So anybody on council have any questions?
No, just, another in a series of really kind of excellent work and excellent reports that you guys have been doing. And I truly appreciate the partnership that the town and the chamber have developed over the last few years. It's so different than it used to be in the past. And thank you all very much for working hard at that as well.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's really interesting to see how the lodging taxes, lodging lot funds were not down. In fact, if I read this correctly, they were higher than they ever have been before.
Yeah, summer exceeded any numbers that have been recorded that I've seen with lot.
It just fits with what we've been seeing all across the board, I guess, even though we have had a pandemic and recommended not necessarily stay at home, but minimal travel, and people still came out in droves. And I don't know if you were here at the very beginning, but we had a public comment at the very beginning of the meeting about the local Ridgway Uriah Community Council feeling really strongly that all the public entities in the county need to get together, including the Forest Service, to try and figure out how to address the incredible increase we've had in backcountry usage and people mistreating the backcountry. And as you say, doing the responsible outdoor recreation education that we've all been talking about. So we're all aware of those impacts. I'll second Eric's comment that it's just so great to see such a complete and detailed budget and have an ongoing good relationship with you guys. So appreciate that very much. Anybody else on council have any thoughts or comments? I do see a
question. I have a question for our group. Are there any limitations or guidelines as to how that lodging tax can be spent by the town?
In terms of the part that goes to the Chamber of Commerce or our part?
Yeah, I'm just the whole. It looks 70% is going to the chamber. I'm just curious of that money, and if we weren't to do this, can that money be spent elsewhere as the town pleases or as we please, or no?
Yes. No.
The history was always that when the lodging tax was first instituted, was that we had a very unusual approach compared to most municipalities, where it was supposedly earmarked for improvements to town parks, sidewalks, the kinds of infrastructure that make Ridgway a more pleasant community for all the residents as well as the tourists. And the chamber pushed really hard to get a larger share of that for marketing. I guess one could argue that we hardly need to market anymore, but I think marketing is pivoting to more of education than maybe marketing per se.
Yeah, it's pretty common step in progress globally that it's no longer seen as marketing, but it's seen as management, and being able to kind of control the story that we share out to potential visitors, and being able to really own that piece. And if you look at the budget, it certainly shows that too, that it's really shifted more to a long-term strategy and planning versus traditional advertising and marketing.
So to answer Kevin's question a little bit,
please.
when the voters approved the increase in lodging tax, when we earmarked 70% of it for marketing, and it wasn't specifically the chamber. I mean, it could be anybody, but we've just chosen to partner with the chamber on this. We're a little bit, we're a little bit limited based on the language of that. Somebody help me with it. I'm losing a word here. The language of that voter approved tax increase. So would you agree, John?
Yeah, I mean, there was a particular question that went to the voters about this change, and it stated that the share would go up and that it would go towards marketing in general. I don't remember if it was very specific about what marketing meant. I don't think it was, but
no, it wasn't. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's what formalized the 70-30 split. And I guess to answer your question, Kevin, because that was an actual ballot question to town residents, it would be pretty hard for us to change that percentage. As Eric said, we could, if there was some reason we felt like we needed to give that money to a different entity than RAC, I think we could do that. I think it wouldn't be a politically very savvy thing to do at this point after the relationship we've developed with the chamber. But certainly we have some power to change it.
And thank you, Hillary. I was asking in reference, I know we've got some big budget items with the water system, and just curious on if money could be spent in different directions. But if it's a bit different and there's a bit different language and a ballot item, then I appreciate you guys educating me. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be a hard sell to reallocate those funds to something like water plant improvements or sewer plant improvements. That'd be a tough sell.
Oh, you could allocate them to visitor center improvements, potentially our 30% if we decided we wanted to do something like that, because that would be within the spirit of the wording on the ballot question, as well as the original thought process on why we were doing a lot of funds in the first place.
Right.
So there's some options there, Kevin. Just we'd have to sort of stay within that improvement range of visible town infrastructure, I think.
Would improvement of town stuff be using some of that funds to purchase land for affordable housing?
Right.
I don't think so.
I don't think that was gonna fly.
I just thought I would ask.
Yeah,
and maybe building sidewalks to that piece of land we could probably use it for.
Right. I do see a couple hands up in the audience. Val, you've had your hand up for a little while. Go ahead.
Yes. Thanks for the time here for a few minutes to bring up some suggestions here. And again, I'd like to thank Council for their support of Ridgway's dark sky efforts and their support of TOP's dark sky effort. And specifically, I would like to thank Chamber again for their great promotion of the area and all that they do on their websites and their publications. I do want to point out that, when Ridgway was designated as a dark sky community last year, CPR ran a Colorado Matters segment highlighting Ridgway's accomplishment, and also more recently, the Denver Post had a very detailed article in the Sunday Post a few weeks ago about their promotion about dark skies in Colorado and how it's taking off. And the suggestion that I have is that perhaps Chamber ought to take advantage of that opportunity that's growing in Colorado exponentially. And
Yeah, we
perhaps,
actually are, Val. So thanks for bringing that
yeah,
up.
we'd like to see, I like to work with you if I can.
Yeah.
To see some of that promotion on your website and show some of the great astrophotography that's possible because of the dark skies in the area. And so we would look forward to help working with you to provide some content as why Ridgway is so special in that new dimension, other than hiking and biking and jeeping and all that, but as the national parks say, half the park is after dark, and that could be a slogan to be used perhaps in the Ridgway area as well. So as I mentioned, I certainly can provide some great nightscape photography and some content to help with that as well.
Great. And it's so funny. We just were planning a new article today about the dark skies designation in Ridgway because the tourism office is going to be doing a low impact travel initiative, and dark skies is going to be featured. So we would love to work with you on that.
Yes, I think you might be an enthusiast yourself, seeing that telescope in the
your
screen over there. Man. So yeah, I could touch base with you, and I'd be glad to work with you.
Great.
Because I think it's a great opportunity. It's a win-win for everyone on Ridgway's effort. And if you haven't seen that Denver Post article, I suggest you take a look at it. I could share the link with you because it was well researched, and it really highlights how it's taking off in Colorado. And Ridgway only had just a small one liner or just the fact that Ridgway has dark sky designation. The focus was for other parts of the state. And I think, Ridgway would really benefit if they could put the spotlight on themselves as well.
Sounds
We're
good, Val.
excited
Thanks.
to work with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, great. Jim, I saw your hand up, but they don't now. Did you want to make a comment?
I was just going to chime in and make mention of the lot allocation and how that was written. My understanding that 30% is termed as to mitigate the impact of tourism. And I believe nothing more. And how those funds could be used. I think there's some opportunity there to spread that out. I would argue that maybe addressing affordable housing would be a rational way to mitigate the impacts of tourism because it's all tied together. So that was it. But thank you, guys.
Thanks. That's a good point, Tim. We'll have to run it by our trusty town attorney, see what he thinks. All right. Well, thanks you guys for another great set of documents, fully detailed, very complete. We really appreciate it. Hillary, we appreciate your efforts on behalf of the town. Look forward to working with you more on the visitor center and moving forward on all that. Anybody have any last minute questions or comments? Either in the audience or up here at council. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. I think, let's see. We have some action here. We probably need to ratify we have to ratify the professional services agreement. Somebody want to make that motion?
I move to approve the 2021 professional services agreement for Ridgway Marketing Promotions with Ridgway Area Chamber of Commerce. And we also need a couple minor updates to the document, just some typos I've seen.
Okay, you could share those with Preston or Pam or Hillary. Are any of them substantive enough to mention now?
No. I don't believe
No,
so.
they're not, Mayor. Russ, I saw that email, so thanks for that, and we'll make those changes.
Okay, great. We got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Angela beat you to it. Unless there's any other comment, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmembers Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Skylar,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, there you go. It's unanimous. Thanks, Hillary. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to, excuse me, a series of great actions that we have to keep this Space to Create project moving forward and finally breaking ground soon. Item number 12. Item number 12, review and action on ground lease between the town of Ridgway and ArtSpace Ridgway Limited Partnership concerning the Ridgway Space to Create project. Preston?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As you were saying, this is a huge milestone for the Ridgway Space to Create project, and really, really exciting. I'm actually going to let Bo take the lead in presenting these next several documents: the ground lease, the development agreement, and the commercial master sublease agreement. We also have Andrew Michelson here, very kind enough to take some time this evening to represent ArtSpace. And perhaps, if he's willing, provide some updates on the project and help answer any questions about the documents from ArtSpace's end, and also maybe an update on the financial close process. So, Bo.
Great. Thank you, Preston. Thank you, Mayor. I echo everything that's been said, that there's been some hard work over the past couple of years, and this is a bit of a milestone, if you will. And so there's 3 agenda items, and what my goal is to give a brief overview of the agenda item, answer any questions that the council might have, and then certainly I'd like for Andrew, to the extent possible, to fill in, answer any questions that the council might have, and then or in addition to that, supplement any information that I've missed. So we'll start with the ground lease that is included in the packet. This is a 99-year ground lease for 675 Clinton Street. And what we're providing, or what the town is entering into with this ground lease, is a partnership, frankly, with ArtSpace that will eventually lead to the construction of 30 apartment units and some commercial space that will be accompanying that. The lease term is 99 years. That's and Andrew can fill in somewhat, but that term is one. Hopefully, we'll see a project that, notwithstanding any remodels and whatnot might need to come into play, that is fruitful and maybe get somewhere closer to that term. And another component of it is that that's what the lender wants to see, who's working with ArtSpace. As I indicated, this is pretty limited with respect to the use itself. It's not open-ended, and it is limited to the construction of the 30 units in the commercial space. The town will continue to retain the underlying ground that the project is being constructed on. There's a variety of different reasons that we do that. One of them is for Tabor compliance, if you will. Another is, after the life of the project, we could look at alternatives, and the town will still retain ownership. Coupled with that is that this is, in the spirit of meeting Tabor, is subject to annual appropriation, in that the town needs to kind of be able to the extent possible, terminate if needed. Certainly that would trigger a number of other probably unfriendly consequences, if you will, and hopefully something that not be pursued, but thus that language is in there. And this really kind of kicks it off with respect to, once we transfer use of the property over to ArtSpace, it will allow for them to initiate the construction process. next in the packet is the development agreement that outlines that a little bit more. So that's a quick overview. Any questions from the council? Andrew, did I miss something? Is there something more that you'd like to fill in on that?
Yeah, thanks, Bo and Mayor and members of the council. I think the only thing that I would add specific to the ground lease is that this also keeps the town in compliance with the DOLA grants that were previously used to take down the land, which requires that ongoing municipal ownership. But it really is, it's not uncommon for affordable housing projects working as closely as we are with the town of Ridgway to enter into a ground lease like this and of that length. It will allow us to move the project forward, and it's relatively standard as far as those terms, as far as 99-year lease, getting everyone comfortable who's putting all the other dollars in as far as CHAFA on the tax credit side, the investor and lenders. So other than that, it's as long as it's a relatively banal document, and that it's specific to this project and it's going to allow us to take it forward, which I think is what I'm certainly most excited about and appreciating that we're getting to this point. And I'd certainly welcome any specific questions as well.
Anybody have any questions?
I'd like to point out that it goes from 2021 to 2120.
That's quite a year to imagine, eh?
Yeah.
Most of us aren't going to be here then.
I expect all of us.
Oh, come on, Andrew. You're a young guy. You'll make it.
I appreciate that, but that would be record setting on a number of fronts.
Yeah, it points out what a big deal this is. And it is, it's historic for the town of Ridgway. No simpler way to put it. So I'm not hearing any comments or questions. I think that shows that we have a lot of trust in you, Bo, and we've been really lucky to have such a good relationship with you guys at ArtSpace, Andrew. And no, I'm just really excited to see these major steps being taken to get us closer to getting the project underway.
Yeah, just briefly before we had entertained a motion to enter into the ground lease, I'd echo that Andrew and his team and legal counsel for ArtSpace, Chris and Chase, they've been really amenable to work with, and it's been a series of meetings and back and forth, but I think we're in a good spot.
Great. So are we ready for a motion?
I move to approve the ground lease between ArtSpace Ridgway Limited Partnership and the town of Ridgway.
Second.
All right. Beth makes the motion, Russ seconds. If I don't hear any other discussion, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Scarelli. Grambly.
Aye.
Lakin.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Schuyler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, passes unanimously. Thank you. So that takes us to the development agreement.
That's correct. If I may, Mayor. So the development agreement is where ArtSpace, as the town's partner, is going to initiate the construction of the project, the 30 units at or below 30, 40, 50, 60, and 80% of area medium income, or AMI, and then the 2,000 square foot commercial space that will be accompanying the residential component of the project. With this, the town, in addition to entering into the ground lease with Space to Create, is also providing assistance in the form of $650,000. Part of that is grant funds that have been provided, and these funds have been provided to ArtSpace, but under the ground lease, there's the town's ability to continue to review a project, if you will, and make sure that there's compliance as per the proposal from ArtSpace. I think Andrew would probably be a better party to answer specific development questions in terms of what they are looking at with a time frame in terms of initiating and kind of when they anticipate being able to start the leasing process. But with respect to the development agreement itself, I've reviewed it as legal counsel. I feel like it's a pretty standard agreement, and it gives the town the requisite protection that I'd be looking for.
Great, thanks, Bo. Anybody have any questions for either Bo or Andrew on this? I think it all looked very thorough and complete. Andrew, you have anything you want to add?
I would just, well, I could probably say this at every action, but I do really appreciate that we're at this point. And I think maybe once we've gotten through the third item, we can talk a little bit about just overall updates, unless you'd like me to get to those now. I'm happy to do whatever.
No, let's deal with the 3 formal actions first. That sounds good.
Great.
Unless you
So I guess, I'm sorry, Mayor, the only thing I would say specific to this document is some of you might recall, or if you're newer to the council, we did have a pre-development agreement. So essentially bringing ArtSpace into work with the town that essentially brought us through the funding of the project to where we are now. And so this agreement now formalizes the expectations of our continued cooperation as we've been working all along. Basically picking up that pre-development, carrying it forward into development and onward as the project moves forward. So
great, thanks. All right.
I move to approve the development agreement, ArtSpace Ridgway Lofts, between ArtSpace Projects, Inc. and the town of Ridgway.
Second.
All right, motion made by Terry, seconded by Eric. Again, unless I hear any other discussion, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Council members Farrelly. Grambly.
Aye.
Lakin.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Schuyler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. We got one more, right, Bo?
That's correct, Mayor. We've got the commercial master sublease agreement. This is between ArtSpace and, at the moment, the town of Ridgway, at least for a placeholder. Now, whether or not it's a nonprofit entity that's a partnership with the town, or some other kind of hybrid situation that comes into play, that is yet to be determined. But what this document is a form of the sublease agreement for when the town is leasing the 2,000 square foot commercial space upon the construction of the building. And so this is provided as a template. I think potentially we will want approval of the commercial master sublease agreement this evening. I think that helps ArtSpace out in terms of going to its partners and showing that there's occupation or proposed occupation for the commercial space. But it's not to say that there might be modifications down the road as we get closer to occupancy, if you will. The lease itself is a pass-through lease in that the term is for 19 years, kind of subject to renewal. And Andrew can fill in on that a little bit, but that's kind of the initial life of the project, provided any kind of subsequent remodel, refurbishing, whatever that might be. It's a $1 a year rent, and then additional, it's a pass-through with respect to additional costs that are attributed, frankly, to the remainder of the tenants in the project, such as property maintenance, operating costs, whatever it might be. And those are defined under the agreement itself. Lastly, it too is Tabor compliant in that to the extent that the town does not wish to appropriate anymore, it's not a long-term commitment, and hasn't gone to the voters. So therefore, the town or future councils could look to terminate the lease itself.
Great, thank you. Again, Andrew, I'll give you a chance if there's anything you want to add.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think it's helpful to explain to folks the nature of this relationship, and that there's the project, the overall 30 units and the physical built space. And from an underwriting standpoint, the lenders, they want to know that every sort of nickel that we're going to expect as rent has a source behind it. And for the residential units, that's an expectation of leasing to those households. When there's commercial space, typically that is looked at as frankly risky. And even if we had an expectation of leasing that to a restaurant or a brewery or something like that, lenders for years have really discounted pretty significantly any income whatsoever they would attribute to that. So to get around any of those rent expectations, what ArtSpace does as a sponsor is we will actually lease directly that space from the partnership. So that takes away that risk from the lender investor side, because effectively ArtSpace acts as a guarantor. We're guaranteeing a number of things related to the project anyways. So that space no longer becomes an underwriting concern, and then puts ArtSpace in a position to sublease that space, in this case to the town of Ridgway, for those mission-driven uses. And that really brings in our work and the partnership, the planning for activation of that space by the town into the project and allowing for it sort of to operate well. In other projects where we're not necessarily leasing it to the town or a community partner, we might be, leasing it at a level that allows it to break even to the project, and then we might lease it to, a for-profit business that brings in revenues that allows us to lease other spaces to maybe a startup or an arts-related business at a lower than market rent. But then that risk of the master lease itself is carried by ArtSpace. A little bit different here because it's just this space and it's really just to facilitate the town's use of that and creation of it. But that's why there's this structure of a master lease and then this master sublease. So hopefully that's helpful just for folks to understand why we structured that way. Were we to try and lease it directly to the town, it would present some of those underwriting concerns, and especially because of Tabor, your inability to commit beyond, I think it's 1 year. The banks and investors effectively look at that as, well, then there's no guarantee that that will ever be paid for. So what do we do if no money comes in? ArtSpace steps in between to take that risk away. I hope that's helpful. But in all respects, it's going to look like you're leasing the space and operating it as you would, and can take it forward to achieve your goals.
Great, thanks, Andrew. That's helpful. Again, anybody else on council have any comments or questions? It's all great stuff. Well put together. Thank you, Bo. Thank you, Andrew. One last motion.
I move to approve the commercial master sublease agreement between ArtSpace Projects, Inc. and the town of Ridgway.
Second.
I think that was Terry that I heard first. Motion made by Angela, seconded by Terry. Unless I hear any other discussion, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Council members Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Schuyler,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Great, thank you, everybody. Another unanimous vote, and that completes those three. So
And Mayor, if I may, real quick, I have a note here. I think it's inevitable as part of the financial close process, there's going to be some ancillary documents that need to be executed. Wondering if you all would entertain a motion to allow staff or Mayor Clark the ability to execute those documents as part of that process.
I think
That sounds great. So I just need to,
so moved. Say so moved.
so moved.
Second.
Motion's made by Beth, seconded by Eric to authorize staff or myself to execute any ancillary documents that might be necessary to keep this project moving forward. If there isn't any other discussion, I'll ask for another roll call vote, please.
Council members Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Skylar,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
There you go. Thanks, Bo. Thanks, Preston, and thank you, Andrew. Andrew, you want to give us a kind of update on where we're at this point?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I want to first of all recognize Shay and Preston, the entire town team and leadership for really just tremendous amount of work that's gone into getting us as far as along as we are, and certainly to Bo in working with us to hash out these documents. I really, knock on wood, it's gone very, very smoothly, and these can be some pretty complicated things. And I really appreciate that we can come forward to a town that is, as supportive as you have been all along, and to really kind of see when the rubber hits the road and it's time to authorize things that you've come through there. So it's really exciting, and I want to thank you all for all of that work to date and going forward, celebrating these achievements. Really related to that, just as form an update, we are really in the throes of getting all these documents swirling around as between all the various parties. So we have a funding commitment just issued this week, formally from DOLA of $650,000, which we were expecting. We went through State Housing Board in January. I forget now which month it was, but we now have that formally issued to us. So really the next pieces we're working on are formalizing the overall partnership agreement with our investor. We've got that in front of the Montrose County Housing Authority, who's participating in the project for some tax relief. We've got lender bank agreement, just documents came out this week. So a lot of those pieces are flying around, and that's really good to have gotten to a point where folks are through their respective committees. Really means that we're in those final stages. The biggest sort of elephant in the room, just to be frank, is that we've got the project out to bid. Those subcontract bids are coming in. They're being assembled by Stryker Construction, and we expect to have those assembled and a comprehensive number to respond to next week. And that is something we have to get on budget. We got to maintain the budget we've got, and I'm really hopeful that the numbers come in, but we'll do the work either way to make sure that we can get the project fit within the budget that's in place and get underway as soon as possible. And I do expect that by end of February, we will have the bulk, if not all, our approvals in hand. And I hope to be putting shovels in the ground no later than the end of March, and hopefully much sooner than that, just depending on how quickly we can mobilize. So stay tuned. There's still things in motion, but it's all going the right direction. And outside of this project, as I've been watching this particular town council meeting, I am really just floored that a community the size of Ridgway has 3 significant affordable housing topics on discussion on your town council tonight. I really think does speak to the importance of this issue and a recognition of your community to address it in what form that takes. And our being part of that, I'm really proud to say that we are, and I really hope that we can all point to a project that we all can celebrate in probably a year and a half's time as we're completing and leasing up. So with that said, I'll happily entertain any other questions or comments, and otherwise allow you to continue on your agenda.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, and I probably was remiss in as we went through the 3 formal documents to be approved. I probably didn't adequately ask for public comment from the audience tonight. I asked council, and I think I kind of meant to include the audience without clearly stating that. So if it's not too late for anybody to weigh in if you have comments or questions, certainly anything for Andrew about stuff he mentioned, but also about the specific documents that we approved earlier. Just raise your hand or unmute yourself if you can, if you have something to say. I'm not seeing anything.
Andrew, are you going to plan a groundbreaking ceremony?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I certainly expect that we will have a celebration. I was actually joking on one of our calls that it's not the least of my concerns at this point, but it does kind come secondary to getting the project underway. But that is absolutely something that we like to celebrate all the hard work. But even more importantly is once we're completed, we're leased up, and we have folks who are in their spaces activated, and the town's got your space up and running, that we have a grand opening party. And that's where we really like to see, you know, the folks who are benefiting from the housing and the community impacts that we can all celebrate. So pencil in 2 of those in the next, you know, couple of years, and we'll certainly have no shortage of things to typically last. Hopefully in person.
Right.
Say.
I think the groundbreaking, I was just thinking about that. You know, with the way things are with the pandemic, I doubt we can have a full-on in-person groundbreaking, but I like the idea of having, you know, myself and whatever counselors would like to be involved, some representatives, Andrew and whoever else from ArtSpace, some town staff, and, you know, keeping it to 10 or so, and then actually having somebody there with a video camera so we can live zoom it, the ceremony, for people to be able to watch. I think that would be really cool. But then my prayer is that by the time we get the project completed and we're ready to celebrate a grand opening, that will be fully in person and be one heck of a party. So
I'll second that.
Yeah, can't wait. So again, thank you, Bo. Thank you, Preston. Thank you, Shay, Deidre, all the staff, Andrew, everybody on your team. I doubt there's anybody from Stryker here, but it's been great working with them on our specific weekly meetings. Just really, really historic deal here. Let's see, I see Deidre has her hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to Andrew for explaining that master sublease. I looked at that thing and just could not make heads or tails of what it really meant. And I wasn't involved in the meetings with Bo, so I didn't get any explanation on that. And so I really appreciate that you were really clear about what the complexity of what that is, but how it would work. And I finally feel like, okay, now I get what that is. So thank you, and just super, super excited to be at this place with this project. And I love your idea, John, of doing some kind of groundbreaking, you know, minimal, small size videoed with, you know, the small number of people that we need to have at it to at least mark the occasion of breaking ground. I think that would be great.
Yep, we'll do it. Okay. We do have one other thing on the agenda related to this project. Former town councilor Rob Austin sent a letter that you've all seen, reminding us, which I had not forgotten, that 2 years ago, council mentioned, and I think it was actually mentioned again more formally when Jen announced her retirement, so to speak, that we honor her in some way in this project. I mean, I would venture to say that the project probably wouldn't be happening if it weren't for Jen. There's a lot of us here that are essential and have had huge roles to play in where we are today. But throughout the 5+ years that we've been working on this, Jen was instrumental. So, you know, I don't know that we need to make the decision now. I'm sure Rob's main point of writing this letter was just to remind us of the commitment to honor her in some way in the building, and make sure we don't forget, which I think is a good thing. I'm willing to have a discussion now if we think we want to. I think we've got so much more on the agenda yet to come that I'd rather not force ourselves to have to make a decision on what exactly we want to do formally to honor her, but just commit once again to doing it, either in naming the community space in her honor in some way, or he mentions a bike rack or some other appropriate space as recognition. So unless somebody feels otherwise, I would say that we'll just make sure the minutes reflect that we are still conscious of this commitment and very much intend to carry it forward, and that we don't think we'll necessarily take the time to make a formal decision now. Rob, are you still on? Do you have any comments or questions? What do you think about my suggestion?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for addressing it, and I think you did quite well, John, just kind of keeping tabs on our commitments from past years, and since we do have some new council members, they may not have been aware of that, but thank you very much for addressing it into the future also.
You're very welcome, of course. I wouldn't let it slide by, believe me.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have any comments, questions on that? Or any of this for that matter? Andrew, thanks for hanging in through this lengthy prior part of the meeting. Thanks for being here again and for all your efforts. And I think we're meeting tomorrow, or is it next week?
Standing meetings tomorrow. And thank you again. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight and take the project forward. So.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bo. Thanks, Preston, again. All right. That takes us to, let's see. Item number 15, review and action on addendum to lease agreement with the Ridgway Community Garden.
Thank you, Mayor. So back in November, Vicky House expressed a desire to place an apiary at the community garden. And what I recall from that meeting was the majority of council was supportive of the idea and asked Vicky to reach out to the Ridgway Community Garden, the steering committee, to understand their appetite for having an apiary somewhere there at the community garden. It does appear that the community garden is generally supportive of the idea, and I confirmed that with Miss Christine Lance the other day. I don't think she's here representing the community garden steering committee, but I do believe Vicky may be here. So the next step is for the town to amend the lease agreement with the community garden to allow for sublease, and that addendum has been prepared and will allow for sublease for you all to consider.
Great, thanks, Preston, and thanks, Vicky Hawes, for the idea for this. And Vicky, you're here, I know. Do you have anything you want to add?
Thanks, John and Preston. Oh, wow, long meeting. Still not done. No, I don't think there's anything to add. No, I'm just here listening in. I think we've done all we were supposed to do. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Anybody on council have any questions or comments? I think this is one of those things that makes a lot of sense, and it furthers our commitment to do this. So.
Given that,
Anybody in the audience?
I'll approve the addendum to the lease agreement with the Ridgway Community Garden.
Second.
Okay, Terry seconds. Motion by Russ, second by Terry. I didn't give an opportunity.
For the public comment. It's so hard on Zoom. I want to be in person again.
Yeah, me too, believe me. We have a motion and a second on the floor, so we need to take action on it, and then I'll give people an opportunity to speak. Apologies for forgetting to do that. I'm just trying to keep things moving. Unless there's other comments from council, I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Council members Farrelly.
Aye.
Grambly.
Aye.
Lakin.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Schuyler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the audience have any comments or questions about this? I think see John Countryman. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, it's beyond the vote now, but was there any attempt by the organizers or the garden to communicate with the neighbors that are most immediately adjacent? Certainly an apiary is different than a planter box as far as potential concern. Was there any effort to communicate with any of the neighbors before bringing this to the town to addend it or amend it?
I'm not aware. You're aware where the community garden is out there by the school. There aren't any really close adjacent homes at this point. And we did talk about it when the idea first came up. We talked about the potential for people with bee allergies, bee sting allergies to be potentially affected by this. But we felt like the community garden was a good place for it. And we talked about how probably the best place within that property for it to be put would be as far west as possible, so that it's as far as possible from any habitated, is that the right word, habitated structures. So we did talk about it. We did have some concerns relative to what you're asking, just so you know.
Okay, and is there, sorry, one additional question there. Was there any
Uh-huh.
limitations on the number of bee boxes, colonies in this addendum, or is it unlimited to whatever the garden leadership decides?
John, this is Preston. The addendum simply amends the existing lease agreement to allow for sublease. It doesn't provide for any additional restrictions or anything of that nature.
Yeah, so John, there's no, this particular action just, again, as Preston said, allows for the amendment to the lease agreement so that we can do the apiary, and that we can negotiate number of hives, whatnot at that point. So.
Okay, great. Maybe that concern is more applicable to then what those restrictions are, or additional allowances are. So maybe I'll just ask you to take that in consideration when you're negotiating that part. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, John. Val?
Yeah, let's see. Okay, and thanks again, John. I don't necessarily want to speak for the garden. However, I am a member of the garden, and I do remember there was a email discussion between me and Chris Lance about this. And one of the considerations that the board, I think, needs to take into account is the proximity of the location of the beehives with the garden, and the fact that people, the gardeners are going to be there. There's going to be people there working in the gardens, and the proximity of the beehives. And so I think the garden is making arrangements to have EpiPens available within the shed there, just in case someone gets an allergic reaction from bee sting. But that's some additional considerations that, yes, there's not too many homes nearby, at least at the moment, but there's going to be citizens there working in the garden.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and just as a recall, one of the things that came up about this particular chunk of town property was that the garden has infrastructure for communicating that there is an apiary, as opposed to another park where you don't have as much lead in that this is a thing that is nearby. So that was part of the consideration of this particular location.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily.
No, it was more in general for.
Yeah, I'm not arguing for or against the beehive in the location there, but in the interest of considering those sorts of circumstances, that there are going to be people there in the summertime from about May through October. And I know the other thing is, from a colony survivability standpoint for the bees, is that is, with my meteorological background, that's probably one of the coldest spots in Ridgway at the garden. And my understanding is bees don't like cold weather when they're in their hive and all that. So that's another consideration that the folks that are advocating for the beehives need to think about that.
Yep, and I'm sure they're aware of how they have to potentially insulate a hive if they need to for that while they're hibernating. Another thing that was mentioned, obviously, to me, I think it's obvious, as the benefit of having a bee colony for pollination in the garden is another cool thing.
That's certainly another consideration. But the garden is going to attract more pollinators if there's right nearby, and so there's. But as I mentioned, Chris is already making arrangements to have some EpiPens available in the shed, and I'll probably communicate that to all the members come springtime. In fact, maybe we had some discussions. We might have a quick tutorial training session how to use an EpiPen if you need to, because everyone probably doesn't know how to do that. I'm a certified woofer, so I know how to use an EpiPen myself. So
Okay. Thanks,
Hey,
Val.
Thank you.
Val, you should have Chris give me a call about this EpiPen thing.
Okay.
There's a couple of considerations that we don't need to get into here, but that we should chat about.
Okay. Okay, I'll pass that on.
Yeah. So,
Thanks, Val.
yeah, Council, I'm gonna have to bail out a little bit early tonight. I have was putting out fires at work all day, and there's still several of them burning, and I'm gonna try and get up there a little bit earlier than usual to see if I can extinguish them, or at least get a handle on them. So, thanks, guys. We'll see you next month.
Okay.
Good luck, Eric.
Thanks.
Good luck. Hang in there. All right, so that takes us to item number 16, review and action on letter of support for the Ridgway Community Apiary. Preston.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This one's pretty self-explanatory, but the Southwest Institute for Resilience, I learned the acronym is SWIRL. They're looking for a letter of support for the creation of the Ridgway Community Apiary at the Ridgway Community Garden. So obviously this one's goes hand in hand with what you all just approved.
I guess bouncing off the previous discussion, whether I'm curious whether we want to talk about maybe editing this letter just a tad to mention the potential for people being affected who have bee sting allergies, and asking the Ridgway Community Apiary to work with Swirl to make sure that they address those potential issues as best as possible, something like that. If we think that's necessary. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Probably a good move.
Yeah, it's not gonna hurt, or I don't think it's gonna water down our support of the apiary, to say that and acknowledge those concerns.
So I might suggest that, and again, I will take public comment from the audience before we vote, but I might suggest that the proposed motion in the staff report read something more to the effect of, I move to authorize Mayor Clark to sign the letter of support for Ridgway Community Apiary, with staff editing the letter to address concerns regarding potential bee sting allergy issues, something to that effect. But John Countryman, do you want to say anything about this? I mean, this is the opportunity. Anybody in the audience?
I mean, I would encourage you that it's something that is available to revisit, because bees do swarm away from their hive. And, you know, if there's open fields, I don't know all the biology of bees, but it's just different than having a planter box and potentially they relocate. And if it becomes a nuisance to neighbors, it's, you know, then as homes are built out, I would really encourage it to be like a noise nuisance, you know, like that you'd have to visit if there was such one. So anyway, it's just not planting flowers and vegetables. That's all.
Yep. Point taken. I also would say that, you know, a swarm of bees can arrive in a neighborhood from anywhere without an apiary being nearby. So it's not like this apiary is going to create a greater chance of that. I don't think. I think you'd be hard pressed to say that it would. But I understand your concerns. Anybody else in the audience have a comment or question? Okay. Anybody on council? What do you think about my suggestion for this?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, John, to make an addendum in there that Swirl work to provide some sort of contingency or plan for people with bee sting allergies.
Or just address the concern in some fashion.
Somebody can make a motion to that effect.
I move to authorize Mayor Clark to sign a letter of support for Ridgway Community Apiary with the additional comment of having Swirl look into bee allergies and ways to potentially mitigate or or resolve those issues, address those issues.
Second.
Okay, motion been seconded. Well, we got motion second on the floor. Let's go ahead and vote, and then I'll ask staff's take on it. Roll call vote, please.
Council members Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Skylar.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Preston, are you comfortable with the direction the tangent we took here? You can tweak that letter a little bit for us.
Yes, no problem. I'll give it a go at that and then share it with you, John.
Great, thanks. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the discussion. Keep us moving here. Takes us to number 18. Review and action on intergovernmental agreement between the town of Ridgway, city of Uray, and Uray County for shared victim advocate services.
Sir, thank you, Mayor. So this is another cyclical item, if you will, an IGA between the town, city, and the county for the hiring and use of an employee of the town to provide victim advocacy services to the 3 jurisdictions, town, city, and the county. The IGA before you is for calendar year 2021 and remains the same as IGA from last year, except the term has been updated to reflect the current year, and the financial contribution from each jurisdiction has been lowered pretty substantially based on some additional grant funding that the Marshall and Elaine were able to procure over the last year or so. And there's I don't know if you've read the town manager's report, but there's potential for those contributions to dwindle even more pending some additional grant funding. So all that said, this IGA is before you for your review and consideration. The city and the county have already approved it.
Great. This is really a no-brainer to me. Anybody in the audience have any questions or comments?
I just want to thank the folks who went out and worked the grant processes and helped reduce the cost to the municipalities in the county. It's a great job, and I think.
Amen. Yeah, amen. That's hugely appreciated. Great work on behalf of Shane and Elaine and anyone else who made this happen. Any other comments or questions? Somebody want to make a motion?
I move to approve the IGA between the town of Ridgway, the city of Uray, the Uray County for shared victims advocate services.
Second.
Motion is made by Russ, seconded by Angela. Roll call vote, please.
Council members Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Skylar.
Aye.
Great, thanks, everybody. We are 9:20. I meant a while ago to ask if anybody needs a break. We still have 2 big items at least, plus a potential other executive session if we think we have the energy for it. Sorry, this is kind of a baptism by fire for you, Angela, but this is the way it goes sometimes. Does anybody need a break?
I'm fine.
Keep pounding away. Okay. It takes us to item number 19. Yes, item number 19, discussion regarding water rates. Preston.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So hopefully you all have had a chance to read through the memo. There have been a few requests for council to talk about the current rate structure, the water rate structure, which is why we're here. I think the memo provides a pretty thorough yet concise recap on how we got to this point in relation to the current water rate structure. Want to say thanks to, or give a shout out to Chase and Joanne for helping get the materials ready to go. But for some additional background, in 2018, 2019, council held a variety of work sessions, other discussions on water rates in an effort to ensure fiscal solvency in the water fund. There seemed to have been, and rightly so, a desire on the part of council to balance the costs across all water system users in an equitable way, considering the needs of both residential and commercial customers. And again, I'll just say the memo provides that recap of how we've gotten to this point, but it also, I think, more importantly provides, I shouldn't say more importantly, but want to highlight the financial analysis section. So last year, 2020 marked the first full year that the current water rate structure was in place. The stated total revenue goal for the Water Enterprise Fund back in the fall of 2019 was $766,000, with $716,000 of that coming from user fees. The town has exceeded the service revenue goal in the first full fiscal year since the current water rate structure was implemented by an estimated $2,788, or just shy of 0.4%. I'll share with you, in my opinion, it is remarkable how spot on the current rate structure came to the service revenue goal. And the memo goes into some detail about this, but I think we need to point out that the pandemic, COVID-19, has to be considered a usage variable here, and maybe a significant one, with people having been urged to stay home as much as possible, avoid interaction with folks, especially in the height of the pandemic, and some, maybe many, not having to leave home for work. Must be nice. It's pretty darn likely that home consumption was higher for 2020 than it would have been if there hadn't been a pandemic. During 2019, the town sold about 42 million gallons of water. 2020, the town sold right around just north of 48 million gallons. Commercial accounts had a small usage increase in 2020 compared to 2019, but really remained flat compared to residential usage. Residential usage went up, in my eye, pretty substantially. There's a table that Chase put together that depicts the median and the average single family home usage for 2019 and 2020. And just go over the average. In 2019, it was 4,580. In 2020, it shot up again pretty substantially to 5,435. So in terms of on the residential side, water usage increased. So I could go on and on, I'm sure, but I want to be as concise as possible. There's more information in the memo there. Again, there's been some requests to have a discussion about how the current water rate structure is going. We'll request council to provide some direction here, or no direction if you all see fit. But I think I'll turn it over to you all to kind of talk through what you would like, given all the information that's been presented.
I think you point out, the use variable with the COVID. I could see it going both ways. I mean, I only take my Saturday bath every 2 weeks now. And I'm not washing as much. I'm not washing as many clothes as before. But to that point, though, maybe we need a more normal year to see if the line holds, or if the estimates hold, or how much of an anomaly is this, and in that, should we be making adjustments with that, that in front of us, that anomaly in front of us?
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with you. I know council had said we want to revisit this on a regular basis so we don't have a large rate increase like we had last time. You know, people are going to be much more amenable to $1 or so on a base rate, you know, to meet projections. But considering that our best guess did turn out to be pretty darn amazing for 2020, if we were within 0.4% of our goal revenues, I think, you know, you could expect perhaps use at households to go down. I'm with Terry. I don't know how much I buy into that, but I know it's been a tough year for everybody. And if we're this close to goal revenue, I would kind of tend to say, like, let's sit with it.
I think the other thing I'd like to see along with these discussions is, I know that part of the reason we were doing this was to build up some money for some additional waterworks that we need to address as far as expanding the capacity of our water treatment plant. And I'd kind of like to see where we are on the overall plan and how much further we need to go before we can get to where we wanted to be on that. And see, I think those factors need to be included in the discussion if we want to consider modifying the rates.
I mean, if I remember correctly, when Joanne started to give us those numbers, they were pretty substantial numbers on things that we had coming at us.
I think they are. I agree with you, but I'm trying to remember I know that we did have some money already built up in the fund, and I was kind of curious exactly where we were in regards to reaching that planned goal, and see if that goal has changed dramatically or the numbers for that are still relatively the same.
If I remember correctly, we were substantially coming in under where we should be. And so I don't know if like we were making the jump to like meet big capital or just trying to meet our, you know, continual maintenance type stuff.
The way I remembered it is we were trying to get that money set up so that we could look at the expansion with a number of people that we've had moving into this area just in this past year. We really need to consider the capacity of where we're at with that existing water plant and what it's going to take for us to expand that and get some thoughts on exactly where we are, especially considering all the PUD developments that we're looking at as well. So.
Yeah, we've got Joanne on the call if we want her to give us some thoughts, but my understanding for years now has been that we have enough capacity for significant growth, but we're also seeing seriously significant growth. So I don't know, you guys want Joanne to give us some thoughts?
I think we probably need to look at the amount of usage that we've had in the fall this year specifically and see how it had changed in the previous fall to see just how much it's really impacting overall. I didn't get a chance to look at those numbers in advance of this meeting, so I think my suggestion would be that we come back to this issue sometime in the summer after we've seen people, see how much outside activity comes in and how much water usage we're having in the summer. It's looking to be a dry summer, and that may influence the amount of water sold as well as the amount of revenue.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And I guess the other thing I'd be curious about is in that fund that we're building in order, I think it was primarily intended for water treatment, but is that also something that we could use? And are there options for additional water? I know that's been an issue the last few summers with the indications of a very dry summer this year. that's something we need to be planning for, I believe.
That is part of what the items that we had on the list for things that are upcoming that we should build building reserves for.
Okay, yeah, I could see having another review on this and having a little better back numbers on this to bat around some. Not that the numbers we've got are bad, just a little more on where we are with the usage and water requirements.
We can try to put that together for a few months down the road after we've had a little more usage this year.
Sure.
Yeah. I was going to say June or July.
Yeah.
Okay.
The May and June bills tend to be the worst as people figure out what the water costs and cut back on their yards.
Right. Okay, is everybody comfortable with revisiting this in a few months?
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Great. Thanks for putting this together, Preston. And thanks for giving us your thoughts, Joanne. Any other comments? Anybody in the audience want to weigh in? Okay. It's getting late.
Real quick, John here.
Yeah,
Sorry,
okay, go ahead.
I couldn't quite click my unmute button. But one thing I wanted to mention, same topic, a little off of water rates here, but forecasts are looking at a very, very dry year this summer. Many municipalities are looking to start enacting and looking forward on how to cut back water use in their communities already. So something that I think should be on the minds of this council, looking forward to this summer. There's a number of communities I've been watching, primarily on the Front Range. A lot of them are kind of banding together for unified messaging and unified outreach for all of their communities. So everyone, it's one message everywhere around, and everyone is not getting confused about what you're doing on one side of town versus the other. And I will share those. I'm kind of been hoping to piggyback on them a little bit with them. Just let them do the majority of the legwork, and we can hopefully apply some of it in our community as it fits, if it fits. But something to just put out there and keep in mind on the water subject, as well as unfortunately, one of the best incentives for people to conserve water on these really tight water years is rates, is charging them for it. So just wanted to put that out there, get it on everyone's mind so it didn't come up unexpectedly. I think a lot of people here probably realize that's coming down the road, but wanted to mention it.
Great, thanks, Chase. Appreciate it.
Certainly.
Anybody have
John
any questions?
Woodman has his hand up.
It'll be quick, and I wasn't going to say anything, but if we're talking about adding more punitive rates because of the dry summer, that's one of the reasons I recall we implemented this. So we already have a disincentive to use a lot of water by increasingly progressive water rates. So when we think about the last two summers ago was average water. I think last summer were Preston's usage indicated higher household usage probably was waterers, that 5,000 versus 4,000 or whatever it was. But we do have a punitive or progressive water rate that already is in place to disincentivize extra usage. So I would hope that it's a communication campaign, not an additional surcharge on using water. We already have that when people go over their 4,000 and then over 10, then over 15. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, John. I don't foresee an additional fee. I just think the problem we've had in the past is when we have serious water shortages, drought situations, and we attempt to implement first voluntary water restrictions and then what we call mandatory water restrictions, people ignore them, and trying to enforce that is tricky. So if we can get people to just do the right thing and mind the water restrictions, there'll be no reason to try and penalize anybody or create any new fees. I certainly don't foresee that, but we have to get people to follow the watering restrictions when we have serious drought conditions.
And to be clear, the residential base usage is 6,000 gallons. We did toy with a 4,000 gallon base usage, but that's not what we chose.
Not what we ended up with, correct? Tammy, you got your hand up.
Yes, sir, guys. I know it's late. Thank you for your time and dedication to doing this. A couple of things I think we should keep in mind, having been part of the streetscape process, that 18-month planning meeting we did before it all came to fruition. I think as we start to plan further things, if we're really concerned about water usage and charging people if they use too much during drought times or any other time, we should really look at the amount of vegetation we're putting out there, because it's really, really hard. Every time I pay those amazingly large water bills every month, it's really, really challenging whenever I look at everything we have to water. So I think if we're going to walk the walk or talk the talk, we have to follow through both sides. So as you guys continue to do your urban planning in our community, maybe doing more xeriscaping and things of that nature, because we don't present the front that we really have a water issue. And those of us that have commercial properties pay a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Appreciate it. Anyone else? So staff, we're basically saying thank you for the update, the analysis, and we'll revisit in a few months, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we will move on to take a look at item number 20, discussion regarding the Uray County Economic Resiliency Plan.
Thanks, Mayor. So before you is a draft version of the Uray County Economic Resiliency Plan that was developed by EPS. It was presented by Andrew Knutson and Carson Bryant last week during the most recent policy group work session. Special shout out to Russ Meyer for representing you all on the working group as we worked with EPS to get this document where it is now, about 95, 96% done. At last week's policy group meeting, all the policymakers agreed to discuss this document with their respective boards, which is why we're here, really. And it was kind of a very vague timeline or comment submittal deadline of February 18th, which is next Thursday, I believe, which is the next policy group meeting. So that's the way I understood it. Maybe you all, or whoever was there, may have understood it differently. But EPS has expressed that they're looking for, specific types of comments at this point, remaining typos, a sentence here or there that helps clarify some of the content, suggestions for additional research that could be part of a future update, I think is how Andrew framed it. Andrew wrote us an email, the administrators this morning, and expressed that there's inevitably going to be a desire for more content. It's human nature. They're hoping everyone recognizes that the emphasis and focus should be on the COVID recovery piece as we conduct our reviews and feedback. So I'm simply just relaying those comments from him. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. Not quite sure how we should go about formulating collective comments from council to distribute back to EPS. We could always go the route of allowing you all more time to delve into the document and send any comments back to me, and I can relay them to EPS, but that's just an idea.
Yeah, thanks, Preston. Yeah, this is a long document with a lot of stuff to digest. What's the feeling of council at 9:30, 9:45 tonight? I don't know how much time or energy we have to dedicate it tonight. What's everybody's thoughts?
I don't have it in me to go through this.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we need to do tonight, but I do think everybody needs to take a look at it. There's also several suggestions in there, and I thought it would be good if we actually had an opportunity to, not tonight, but to take some time and look at some of those suggestions and figure out which of those we actually wanted to put any priority or emphasis on, and how we wanted to deal with them. Some of them are going to require additional staff potentially, or reallocation of existing staff. And I think those are all things that we need to think about and address as to how we want to move forward with this. I was potentially thinking about putting together a kind of a really quickie kind of spreadsheet that addressed a lot of those suggestions that they had, kind of sorting it out to everybody, kind of saying, you know, where does this rank in your idea and in your views, and kind of help us consolidate some information that we could then potentially take back to the joint policy group.
That'd be great, Russ. I was going to suggest something along those lines, considering you were involved with the drafting process for this document. If you feel like you have the wherewithal to put together a bit of a summary for us to weigh in on. And then I would also encourage everybody here to, you know, if you haven't already, give it a really good dose of your time, go through it with the fine tooth comb as much as you can, and put together any feedback, everything from, as Preston said, any typos or rewordings or anything you feel like it might need to more substantive questions or input. And then if Russ, if you'd be willing to kind of be the clearinghouse for that, that'd be awesome.
Yep, no worries. I will try and get some sort of consolidated thing to y'all for you to weigh in within the next couple of days. I had hoped to have it by tomorrow, but that could be a little quick. We'll see.
After tonight, I don't think you should try to get it done by tomorrow. Okay.
So is it Zoom Town? Is that a thing? I've never heard that before.
Apparently that's a buzzword that they used a lot in the EPS group, and it was referring to, I think, a lot of what we're seeing here, people wanting to come live out in the beautiful Southwest Colorado and do all their meetings via Zoom. We've got our fiber broadband out here now, and there's no reason they can't. So that's the new buzzword, is a Zoom town.
I couldn't tell if it was a pejorative term or if it was something we should use for marketing.
I think it depends on your perspective.
Yeah. Well, back to the affordable housing issue, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're certainly seeing it on so many fronts. We're seeing the fallout from everything that's been going on, COVID and other things. People want to get out of the city. They want to get someplace beautiful, and they've discovered that they can work from pretty much anywhere, especially if there's good internet. And there you go, boom. All of a sudden you get the kind of jump in real estate prices that we're seeing, and the numbers of people. I mean, I can't believe how through this winter, the attendance at restaurants and just on the sidewalks around town, it's like we're just inundated with outsiders all the time now. And there's obviously pluses and minuses to that, but some definite impacts. So, but I think we can all agree that this isn't something we have the energy to attack tonight. So thanks to Russ for being willing to help give us a focused approach. And again, I would encourage everybody to give him your feedback, have it as well.
Thank you, Russ.
No worries.
Okay. Is that enough on that one for now?
Yep.
I think so. Yes, Mayor. And just so you all know, you should expect this on the agenda again, perhaps in March, for you all to formally adopt this document.
Okay, great. Okay, that brings us to item number 21. Review and action on letter of support for Colorado West Land Trust grant application to GoCo. And I know we also had a letter from a constituent about that. You want to start us out on the letter, Preston?
Sure. Yes, sir. So Colorado West Land Trust reached out to me a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was last week, I'm forgetting, request a letter from from you all supporting their funding application to GOCO, their GOCO's Resilient Communities Program, to expand their work across the region to achieve conservation, stewardship, outdoor recreation projects. Ilana, I'm forgetting her name, with the Colorado West Land Trust, sent a letter, drafted a letter for us, and so that's what's before you now. And as you were saying, Mayor, I think we did get an email from Jennifer Cram, I believe, with some suggested edits for that support letter. I believe their application to GOCO went in a few days ago, and GOCO said that any support letters could be submitted to them after the fact. And so just FYI there. But hopefully you've had a chance to read through Jennifer's feedback. I think some of it is pretty good.
And I think Jennifer's still on the call tonight. Thanks for your perseverance, Jennifer. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I guess my point is just to be more precise and more clear why you like this. I mean, it can go to Diane Thompson spoke at the very beginning of this meeting. We have people all over this county and we don't know how to deal with it. And I guess my point is, well, we don't just say we need more trails. We need to be careful. Maybe we need more trails in certain places. And I think you can argue for this project, it's a good thing to maybe have more trails there. Just in the letter and in your minds, since you're on the town council, to start thinking about these things. I mean, there's lots of parts of the county that we don't want more trails. But it's a minor thing, it's just wording, but it helps to be clear.
Yeah, Jennifer and I had a conversation the other day about this, and I totally agree and empathize with the idea that we should be more precise and focused about our intent. I think that the challenge here is that in trying to get GOCO to consider supporting a conservation effort, I mean, I guess my point is that there are more focused local efforts we need to make to deal with the problem. If we are telling GOCO that we would like them to consider conserving or helping us conserve property in Uray County, and that we're willing to have trails on that property in order to gain their support, that's something that we can do, and then we can deal with the issues of it, the greater trail issues and the greater overuse issues separately. They're happening whether we conserve property or not, right?
So I'm not saying, so we did talk, John, and I thought about it. I think you can, or I'm willing to say, yeah, if you got this land where it is, it would be great to have trails. But, and I tried to say that in the suggested wording, it's close to town, it's something unique, it's different. It'd be sort of like, in a way, sort of like the river trail in a different direction. So that's a good thing. It's just a wording thing, like the letter was, we need more trails because we have more people. And that's just sort of a general thing that I think you should be careful about saying.
I understand. And
Can I get some clarification on where this McCullough property is?
yeah, it's the 177 acres that's directly south of Solar Ranch.
Okay.
It's basically our front yard.
Okay. Sorry, I trying to put it together. I was like, okay, got it.
Yep. And it our
Pam's
water
backyard.
Yeah. Depending on how you look at it. It's also our water and sewer, our water plant is an in-holding of that property as well. So that's an interesting, it goes all the way up and over the ridge, over to County Road 5. I think-
Certainly a wildlife corridor.
Yeah, it's without a doubt, it's a major elk corridor. And the issue is that for GOCO to contribute a really significant amount of money towards conserving this property, they require a outdoor recreation component. And that's where this letter comes in. And I agree. I think the letter is kind of, to me, it was drafted just as kind of a sales pitch, and the pandemic angle and all. I just, my take is that it's just a letter of support. It's not putting a huge commitment in writing that we're going to regret later. But I could be wrong about that. I mean, I certainly understand, Jennifer, your desire to be more precise and to edit it so that it's more honest. I guess I'd ask council, you've all got, hopefully you've all had a chance to read it. The way Pam shared it was made it so I couldn't read it, but at least I got it separately. So what are your thoughts?
I actually think that south end of town, as much as we worry about wildlife fragmentation, it is a place that we don't have a lot of trail access. You see a lot of people walking on County Road 5, which is not ideal. I've run County Road 5, and that's kind of a stressful situation. And so I think we need to be thoughtful about how, recreational uses get laid out on that sort of property. But I do think that that's something that would be a wonderful outlet for our community. I appreciate the concerns about wildlife and fragmentation, certainly. But it's kind of our urban boundary in a sort of way where you're not adding a big trail system out in a relatively remote area. We're talking kind of the outer boundaries of town. So
there is the last two sentences of the third to the last paragraph kind of address some of that, saying in Ridgway County, we're experiencing a specific need to balance trail use and outdoor recreation with wildlife needs. The pandemic has both increased the need for trails as well as generated the need to specifically address conservation for wildlife stewardship to prevent over or misuse of trails and land acquisition for expanding trails and trail access. So it seems like it kind of generically addresses the concern, or at least one of the concerns that Jennifer brought up.
Yep.
Maybe there's just minor tweaking as what she's suggesting.
Yes, it is minor tweaking, and I put in some suggested words which you might or might not like. And what Beth just said, I mean, I agree. I think it's a great opportunity. I'm just asking you to be clearer about what you're saying. It's a great opportunity to have trails there. You don't want to make a generic, I don't know. I'm beating this to death, but.
Understood. Well, I guess, the bottom line here is we've got Jennifer's edits in front of us. Are we interested in
actually, yeah, I think Jennifer's edits, sorry, I didn't scroll down far enough to see them. I think that's kind of what we're all saying in terms of, as long as it doesn't sound too equivocal for GOCO.
Preston, do you have a sense of, I assume the letter was, the wording was submitted by Colorado West Land Trust, or did you draft it?
No, the Land Trust submitted it to us, and I'm 110% sure they would have no issue with us manipulating it, however you all see fit.
Great.
So is there interest in applying Jennifer's or suggested edits?
I think I was hearing Beth say that she's willing to consider them. What do the rest of you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was only reading our email. I just saw the edits and I agreed. I think those are fine by my take.
Yep, I like the edits.
Okay. Well, there you go. I'm okay with them too. There's some spacing and carriage return issues, but we can get that fixed. Is everybody in agreement on that?
That's good.
Yep.
So somebody want to make the proposed motion with the adding the reference to the edits as discussed?
Can try. I move to authorize Mayor Clark to sign the letter of support for Colorado West Land Trust application to GOCO's Resilient Communities Program to include the edits provided by Jennifer.
Second.
Okay, motion by Terry, second by Russ. If there's any other discussion, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Counselors Farrelly,
Aye.
Grambly,
Aye.
Lakin,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Skylar.
Aye.
Great, thanks, everybody. And in my brain deadness, I forgot to ask the public. Jennifer was weighing in, but the rest of you could have weighed in too if you wanted. It's not too late if you have a thought. Apologies for forgetting to ask. All right, well, thank you, Jennifer, for your input, and we'll move forward on this. That takes us to very near the end of the agenda. We have another executive session scheduled. We also have the town manager report, any other committee reports. Why don't we, why don't we deal with the town manager's report and any other committee reports first, and then we can do the executive session last. Is that okay with you, Preston?
Yes, sir, that's fine. And I'll ask Bo so that he can think about it if what his thoughts are on actually moving forward with the first executive session item. I'm recognizing the late hour, so that's why
right.
Just want Bo's input there.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Preston, I'd be fine with us not having that first executive session item.
Got it. Okay, well then I'll briefly go over the town manager's report. We'll do committee reports and maybe call it a night, Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're okay with putting off your evaluation, I guess we'd be putting it off till next month. Is that right?
I'm totally fine. I ain't gonna lose any sleep over it. Maybe you all might. If you guys think you will, then we can certainly move forward with it.
Well,
I mean, my only concern is we always seem to have a agenda that's, I mean, usually it's not 10 p.m., but are we just adding things to our merge agenda?
yeah, good question. Well, let's go ahead and we can think about it while we deal with the town manager's report. And as usual, Preston, you can summarize. You can tell us if you have things you want to highlight. I mean, I think the big things are the town staff transitions, and we're all sad to see 3 highly valued employees moving on very close to each other. And as everybody was saying about Shay all night, we all know how much we're going to miss her, but we're going to miss Chase and Chris just as much. It's a tough time to be losing 3 major staff people. So I just thought I'd start by mentioning that, how sorry I am to see all 3 of them go, and I just hope we can find replacements quickly and in the meantime, find ways to deal with the workload until that happens. But take it away from there, Preston, sorry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well said, Mayor. And I was only going to highlight a couple things in this report. As usual, please, any of you feel welcome to jump in.
Your mic's cutting in and out for some reason.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you already mentioned the staff transition stuff. Shay's moving on to a new position with the City of Delta. Chase is moving on at the beginning of March. And Chris Bollane, given all that's going on in his world and with his private business, he's moving on as well. So as you said, we're losing 3 valuable members of our staff and working to figure out transition plans there. I'll mention with Shay leaving at the end of January, we issued a RFP seeking help for planning services. So consultants, be it a firm or individual or individuals to provide those planning services on behalf of the town. And that would afford us some additional time to fill the vacant planner position and make sure we find the right person. So proposals were due today. I'm ecstatic to announce that we received nine proposals. I was just hoping we'd get 2 or 3. To be honest, I was hoping we get 1, and we got 9. So ecstatic about that. Shay, myself, Mike Gill are slated to sit down tomorrow and review all 10 collectively to figure out which firms we should interview. It's a very aggressive timeline that was drafted as part of that RFP, all in the hopes of getting a professional services agreement executed and a firm on board in order to overlap with Shay a little bit. So again, very aggressive timeline, but we're holding true to that so far. So that's the update there. And then the full-time planner positions posted, and it's currently listed as open until filled. So that's that. Happy to answer any questions about that, or again, anything else in here. Stephen Schroeder worked with Dave Jones last week, I believe it was, maybe a couple weeks ago, to replace all the lights in town hall with LEDs. And so my office is really bright right now with LEDs, but they look great. They also removed the ballasts, which was a pretty cool undertaking. So another energy efficiency piece there. And they're also going to inventory the lights in some of the other facilities, over at the yard and stuff too. So looking forward to that. I've also highlighted the coronavirus relief funding dollars in 2021. You might recall there's a balance remaining. CML is actually encouraging their members to spend down those funds by, I think, end of June is what the recommendation is now. And I see no issue with us pinpointing a spending plan for those remaining funds right now, looking at deploying some of that for some of the visitor center improvements, and trying to work with the chamber. That's just an idea. But again, based on CML's recommendation, looking to make sure we have a plan for those funds here soon. Jim Duncan is the brand new part-time deputy in the marshal's office. He started February 1st. He's a great addition to the team. I think Shane's on if he wants to talk more about Jim, but he's going through field training right now and spending time with Ryan and Jeff. And again, great addition to the team, and we're excited to have him on in that part-time deputy role.
Great.
That's all I got.
Okay, thanks, Preston. Anybody have any other comments or questions on other items in his report or things that he talked about?
Good looking water truck.
Yeah.
Sexy.
Yeah. Yep.
And I don't know how many of you were here early, the very beginning of the meeting, but the town attorney actually commended the town manager on his joke of the day this month. So it should be joke of the month, don't you think, Preston? But it is pretty good and very apropos for Preston too.
John is the only unelected guy left on the call, or unemployed person by the town. I just want to say, when Preston comes up for review as a member of the public, he has been really enjoyed having him join our community. Awesome. So I know it sounds like you guys have all been happy with him in the building too, but jumping into the pandemic, when his review comes about, certainly this voice is a strong supporter of everything he's brought, professionalism and communication to his space.
Thanks, John. We totally agree. Couldn't agree more.
Completely agree. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you're not the only non-elected person still on the call, but appreciate your comments. Absolutely. So again, anybody else have anything? Any committee reports? I would urge all of you to sign up for one of those listening sessions or stakeholder meetings about the greenhouse gas roadmap stakeholder process. I think that's going to be a big deal. Oh, I also want to mention, along with the coronavirus item that you mentioned, Preston, in your town manager report, I saw an item on CML's thing recently that FEMA has announced that they are retroactively covering all emergency COVID related expenses. So I think that's above and beyond the CARES Act, and it specifically referred to things like PPE and gosh, there were half a dozen things, and I think it was in the latest CML newsletter maybe. So I encourage you to look at that and see if there's any way or anything we can take advantage of there that would allow us to redirect even more of our coronavirus dollars or our CARES Act dollars to things like the visitor center and stuff like that.
I'll check it out. Thanks, John.
Yeah. All right, then. Are we done? Anybody have anything else? Audience or otherwise? If not, I will, hearing no objection, I will declare us adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
Appreciate
good night,
you,
everybody.
appreciate you
Bye.
hanging in. Long meeting, and we'll talk to you soon.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, guys.
Thanks,
Have a
everybody.
great night.